Everybody. So, late start. My apologies to those of you who were not following on Twitter. I had a really, really bad day today, and I kind of, as soon as I got the bad news, I can go into that, but I don't think people want to hear moping in the first few minutes of a stream. But basically, as soon as I got the news, I'm like, I'm not starting on time today. I wanted some time to, I don't know, clear my head, get some stuff done. I did get a big editing project done, and unfortunately, it looks like crap. So I still have some um, encoding shenanigans to work around with. And oddly enough, actually, the reason why I'm working with second-rate editing gear is actually for reasons very similar to the bad stuff that happened today. But I don't know. It is what it is. And I'm just taking a second here to take a look at the quality settings. Looks like we've got, yep, quality options tagged for the right game. Oh, there is one other tag I want to add here really quick. Okay. But yes, we're going to be playing Against the Storm tonight. Now, this was one that Hooded Horse reached out with for a key for. Again, a publisher I've been really interested in. But on top of that, I actually am particularly interested in this game itself because sort of the people who I like following on various social media had been talking about this and talking about how interesting it was. Now, we did play this last week, last Friday, in fact, and one major thing that's changed about the game is that it's been released. So if you are looking forward to playing this, and I noticed a couple of you did actually buy this on Steam, I naturally hope that it was because of my excellent coverage of the game. But yeah, I'm delighted that some people have connected with this game because it's really interesting. But for those of you who watched last week, you'll also know that I am in a really, really tough spot. It's I've clearly not managed the upgrade system very well. And essentially what I'm going to be relying on is trade to be able to try and get me out of this. Now, there is a side of me which is usually inclined to like maybe try and reset when I run into a problem like this, because I definitely went to a higher difficulty. But this time around, I think, especially because I've been told that this is something of a roguelike game, I'd kind of like to see what a loss looks like before I go too far in the, before I go too far on my resetting and running away and all of that. So I'm curious, if I just hit play, does this load me up where I was before? It does. Okay. So I also kind of need to think a little bit about where, like where I'm at with my various traits. Okay, so we need building materials. We have 2 homeless, but that should be, yeah, the human houses are being built. So I think this is just a matter of building materials rather than than anything else. Now, I think what I had said, so we're definitely short on food, and the way we can get sort of higher quality food would be through baking biscuits. Oh, hang on, this is the provisioner. Yes, so unfortunately now we can get flour. Now that comes from grain, and we're not really in a position to... We don't really have any. We're going to have to wait for the growing season. Which I think we're in right now, come to think of it. So the bakery, we need flour and herbs to turn it into biscuits. Now we don't have a way of getting so we're still short one of the ingredients for this. Do we still have... Okay, no, we gotta wait on the settlement. So I need to figure out where I'm getting the secondary ingredient. We did have an option of growing them, but I went for collecting them and now regret the choice. And I think what I said, so we've got a total of 11 free workers right now. So at this point, what I should be doing is I should be producing sort of refined good. Because again, I was chopping down so many trees and it all kind of came to nothing because I didn't really have anything to turn it into... I didn't really have anything to turn it into sort of high value materials. So one of the things I want to be working on right now is just trying to get my economy up and running. And if I'm going to have to trade for things, to keep my population fed, it'd be kind of nice to just say, okay, well, this is the, this is the state of the world right now. It's unfortunate, but let's just, let's acknowledge that I'm in a bit of a pickle. Essentially, I'm just going to do my best to sort of build towards the kinds of improvements that I think are going to give me that long-term long-term viability. My expectation is that we're going to lose this, but we'll see if we can do some miracles. I don't know. And I'm going to change the roadways a little bit. I saw these beautifully laid out streets in some of the online. So this seems right. I don't think it really makes all that much of a difference, to be honest, but... Okay, so as far as refined goods are concerned, one question I might ask is, what are some of the basic things that I'm generating right now? So, for instance, wait, that's a woodcutter's cap. The farm. So you are making vegetables and grain. Vegetables are nice because they're sort of raw. They're like raw food. There's something that I can get people to. Stonecutters camp. Okay, we don't have stonecutters camps. There's something that people can eat without any kind of treatment, but the drawback is that more of them get consumed at a faster rate. Okay, yeah, the herbalists are done. So in this case, we're just kind of waiting for the next regions to see whether or not I can get anything interesting out of them. But yeah, so the most obvious resource that I can turn into sort of a refined good is wood. So I think what I'm going to do here... Oh, I do have a stonecutter's camp. Okay, well, you know what? It's not going to hurt to have a stonecutter's. Put it down here. This is all temporary, right? So, okay, and then I wanted to spark dew. I was thinking. Yeah, we'll make a lumber mill for starters. I am slightly intrigued by the possibilities of the rain collection, but let's gather up the stone and then demolish the building afterwards. Another thing that I want to do to fulfill some of these orders, I do want ancient tablets. Those normally come from dangerous glades, and I do want to try something with them, but again, those are fairly risky propositions, so I want to try and come up with a little bit of better balance before I rely too much on risky business. Okay, so we're gonna empty out the scavengers camps. Do we have the goods? So I suppose at some future point I should also get the tools. Newly discovered glade event is waiting your... Oh, right here. Or is it? Small abandoned camp. Okay, yeah, that's the same one. Okay, so what are these? Fertile soil. So we can build another farm. That would be good for vegetables, so I'm not going to complain too much about that. It's not quite what we needed. We do, however, have something for the scavengers camp. So again, this is going to be good for food. So let's move the camp. And we can put a couple of reptiles to work at that. We can put people to work in the stonecutter camp. We'll get humans working on that for now. This is really just about picking up whatever stone they can find. Alright, so it's warning me I'm low on food. I don't really have that much in terms of options for that. I do have people who are collecting eggs, which is kind of nice, and we will be working on the bakery. What's happening here? Too far from the hearth. Oh dear. Okay. That's good to know, actually. So we'll move that. Actually, let's say you don't get built yet. Oh. Okay. I suppose I don't need to be using up the hearth space with the camp, the logger. No, we don't have bricks, so can we produce bricks? Not without clay, so this is pointless for us to produce. So what we do instead is we build... Oop. New glade for us. Let's just take a quick look at what we've got here. So this will help me out with... So dewberry's nice. We can collect those from the herbalists. What else does it get me? I thought it said clay. Okay, apparently there may be some clay that comes from that. And the wheat field doesn't actually get me that much. Okay. Well, one of the things I can do eventually is move the logging camp a little bit deeper into the woods. I'm not that worried about the herbalists right now because they're already gathering. And there's sort of a similar story that I can tell with this woodcutter's camp. So I'm actually going to move them... I have to move them pretty close. Now, one thing I'm not clear on is whether or not this is going to ruin the fertile soil or not. But what I'm going to try and do here is I'm going to try and clear out some more glades, at least ones that are not dangerous. Yeah, this will have to do, I guess. Nope, maybe not. Let's just let that. I could theoretically add another farm here, but I think a farm in this region's a little bit better. In fact, there's nothing stopping me from doing that right now, so let's get that in place. Oh. I thought I said I was going to blow this up. So looking at the workers we have available, what have we got? We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So again, this is just so I can make refined goods. Not quite the logging that I wanted to see, but there we go. So again, working on the glades where I can. Okay, let's get you working on carpentry. Basically, everybody that I can throw at this, I want to. We will eventually adjust this. So, for instance, I'm going to want the humans working the small farm. But for now, I'm happy to sort of switch these things around. Okay. At some point, I want to maybe try and make some more packs of crops. Those are a good trade good. But for now, it's not the most important. Low on fuel. Village needs fuel, wood, coal, oil for the hearth. Okay, I don't mind building more woodcutters camps because I do actually have some stuff that I'd like to have chopped down. I just got to be smart about where I put them. Oh, but I don't have the parts. Okay, obviously I messed up with the farm fields. Okay, so we can apparently expand those fields by, oops, chopping down some trees. So at some point I'm going to have to demolish something for parts. Ah, I see. So the idea here is that I've used up too many... Okay, so yeah, we actually want to demolish some of these. We have less wood than I thought. I think I'll hang on to one, though. Probably not enough for me to get the... Oh, apparently it is. And again, we're going to just get them focusing on a glade. And actually, at this point, let's... I'm hoping... Actually, you know what? Let's maybe be a little smarter about this. These guys should only be working on one thing. These guys can be a little bit more broad in their approach. I'm actually not sure how quickly I want them to chop this stuff down, but there we go. Oh, looks like we had an opportunity to pick up something. Okay, what's the deal here? I can't remember what this was. Okay, so human relatives. Pick an order. Okay. The crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one, and the rest will go to other settlements. Hey, Serenity, how are you doing? Sorry, I don't know when you put that in. I just got a little absorbed in the game here. Keep human resolve above 30 for 120 seconds. I'm not sure if I can do that. Sacks of flour are good. We can get a kiln, which produces coal, bricks, and jerky. It is tempting, but I think I might be able to deliver on human resolve a little bit faster. The crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to the other settlements. So have 16 humans for 30 seconds. Better pottery, amber pouch, crate of stone. Bigger ovens is kind of nice. The tools will actually help me as well. So the question here is, so I can technically make packs of crops, but 20 of them is going to be a bit... that's going to be a bit hard on my food stores. Used for fulfilling orders or trading. So I can probably deliver this. You joined a Mai Tai club in school and you've been having so much fun. That's really cool to hear. I will confess I've not even remotely approached the possibility of doing anything so exotic, so good on you. What made you pick that club of all the others? Am I losing my mind? And I have... No, I only have one post. Okay. What's the story here? Dewberry Bush. Okay, so that doesn't really get me all that much. Good Lord. Forbidden Glade. Dangerous Glade. Okay, this one. This crown warns you about the glade. It's very dangerous. It requires a lot of resources to explore, but it will contain great amounts of treasure. So we will think about it, but not yet. I've apparently gone from food problems to wood problems. And we will... Still not quite sure how I'm going to work it out, but we'll work it out. I guess the good news is that we don't have homelessness. I don't have humans working this. That's no good. Okay, let's find some other... I gotta find some other spots where humans are working so that we can... this'll work. Oh, Jesus. All right, these are going below 0. And I think, honestly, at this point, we just have to weather the storm. I don't really see us getting through this. I had a few friends saying it's a good club to be in, made some fantastic new friends, and never been more physically active. I feel great. That is good to hear. I've been looking so much better too. After Mai Tai, we'd eat at Mamak, and they'd come up to my apartment and hang for that's really cool to hear. Sorry, again, getting focused on the game. Okay, scavengers camp. So they've taken all the eggs. I don't think there's anything else for them to scavenge right now. So maybe we demolish this so we can get the goods. thinking the game may be forcing my hand on going into these forbidden glades. I don't think I have that much more I can move to. That's great. I think this is one thing that's kind of nice about university for some people is that, like, especially when you're in high school, it can kind of feel like that small world is like everything. And being sort of being in a place. Okay, so these guys are probably going to start leaving soon. Like being like just going to a different place and sort of allowing yourself to be you know, I guess for lack of a better term, like who you are and who you want to be, like not some sort of little not into something that you've been pigeonholed by in terms of your peer group or whatever, but something that is maybe a little bit more core to yourself and your sense of self. I think there's something kind of nice about that. Also, you know, sometimes it's nice just to, you know, be able to have some time to sort of figure out what that is. Because again, like high school is a very small world, and for some people, you know, that's going to be their peak. And, you know, they probably don't know it, but they kind of, it's all like they act like it. And as a result, it's okay, one beaver left, and they were a woodcutter, so that's a tough one for me to deal with. But we have a trader, so there's a few things we can work with here. Newcomers. Okay, so I do need more humans. The herbs are pretty tempting. Like, it'd be nice to have the extra beavers. Actually, you know what? The coal will help the fuel, so... Nah, but herbs are the thing that make my bread, so I kind of have to take those. Okay, once the human house is built, we're in good shape. We need bricks for that, but we don't have clay. So, let's see what we can do. Oh, sorry. What do they act like? Oh, people whose peak is high school. It's just like the stakes for high school are like in the... Like, hopefully you're finding this now that you're in university, but like the stakes are shockingly low, and it's actually sometimes really weird to see how tied up people get on this sort of stuff. And I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Like I don't know, being good at like floor hockey in your high school doesn't, if you live in a sufficiently large city, doesn't even necessarily mean that much in the city. But obviously, like in the confines of a high school, like, okay, maybe that's a big thing. Like maybe that's something that someone can sort of, you know, swagger about or something like that. Oh, stakes. Like, what I mean is like like in the sense of the term, like, what's at stake, like, what, like the importance of things. What's sort of being earned or given up. Yeah, like kind of like risk. Yeah. So like, it's just like, I don't know, like there's not a whole lot that, like when you think of high school, right? Like it matters in the sense that it will be one of the steps towards some things that will have longer term impacts on your life. But like being embarrassed in like an English literature class in like grade 11 is mortifying at the time that it happens, and it will like, the only reason it would stay with you is because you let it stay with you. And you can contrast that with like, I don't know, like phoning it in on your exams that might decide whether or not you if you want to do a PhD, like decide whether or not you go to graduate school or something like that. Or if you are doing your PhD, like not studying for your comps is potentially going to decide whether or not you can stay in that program and pursue the kind of goal that you had before. And then likewise, once you get into the work environment, like nobody's going to care what your GPA was at a certain point with school. It'll depend on, like, your first few jobs will probably care about that because they don't have anything else to judge by. But even then, like, that sort of stops mattering. But again, like, there are some people who will sort of act, and usually it's because they're sort of at the top of the hierarchy. They'll act like it's the most important thing. They'll be the tastemaker or whatever. But again, like, with enough time, you gain some perspective and you realize that, like, none of that stuff really mattered. And it's sometimes nice to just be able to have those resets and sort of decide what you're about and what you value. As you can tell, I was very popular in school. That's not entirely true. I got by, but not traditionally popular, let's say. Okay, so let's think about, what are we trying to do here? I'm trying to fulfill some orders, so pick a cornerstone. So reinforced tools, 50% amount of goods produced in small farm. That's really good. The settlement specializes in wine production, gain +1 beaver resolve for every 70 wine produced. Well, we're not making wine, so let's do reinforced tools. That'll help the food situation again. Found university to be much more impactful. You met this girl who you really get along with, and essentially you help each other in many ways. She's helping you with language, and you help her with other stuff. It's the type of relationship you were looking for. It's so beneficial for the both of us. And yeah, grades aren't everything. You treated university as a reset button. No one knew you, so you were able to act natural in the process of trying to be better. Yeah. Well, like, the other thing too, right, is that in university, and this will happen, like, I don't think most people need to or even should go to graduate school, but, like, you'll find, like, so, when you go from high school to university, you can be the smartest person in your high school and find out that may only get you into, like, the third quartile of smart people at your university, depending on where you go, right? Grad school, again, like, grad school is full of people who were maybe the smartest in their class, and then they all get together and then they realize, holy crap, like, I don't know anything. Like, I now know after the fact, I was that guy for other people, and I was feeling that way for other ones. Like, there was this guy in my class, Jamie. We got along great, but he is one of the sharpest mathematicians I've ever met. Like, he would just grind through the stuff I would struggle through like it was just, basic algebra. Like, I do not know, what possessed him to be so gifted at that. So, again, like, it's, the environments that you find yourself in can be very different from what you were before. And, like, in the end, again, like, sometimes it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes it does not matter that you be the smartest, right? There's really, by definition, there's only ever going to be one of those. What matters a little bit more, like, are you making the most of that opportunity? What do you want to get out of it? When you're thinking career-wise, and that's not always aligned with university thinking, but it can, like, it's not something you want to ignore, let's say. Are you able to get what you wanted out of that experience? Like, do you, when you think of your career, like, what do you see for yourself in terms of, like, where you want to be in life? What kind of a job do you want? And, again, that's not necessarily an easy one to solve in university. Like, I found I went to university for a very different thing than what I actually wound up majoring in. But, it was nice at least to be able to try and, I don't know, just, like, have some time to think about that sort of stuff and not necessarily have, the same social circle deciding for me what was important, I guess, for lack of a better term. Yeah, well, and again, like grades can be tough. Like, you want to do well. Like for me, the biggest thing for me on university is that that you're going to be there for a finite period of time. And so you kind of want to make the most of it, right? Um, so, there's that consideration. But like there's also the worry about like really stressing out about grades, and that can be sort of unhelpful in its own way. Um, I remember like when I was a TA and I was grading stuff, like there were people who were sort of like pleading on their exams, please, I don't have a future if I don't pass this course. And like, it's not that I don't have compassion, but like when I look at that sort of stuff, is like the time to fix that is not in the exam, right? The time to fix that is when you're struggling, and I'm sitting there alone in my office hours wondering where the hell everyone is. um, so, like I don't go out of my way to like grade them particularly poorly, but if they haven't answered the question, like they haven't answered the question. Like the thing is that nobody feels good doing that, right? I've never met a single TA who likes, grading poorly. But, you are there to study, and like the exams are a way of making sure that you've retained what you need. And again, like exams are not great. I actually think I got some degree of grace from a prof because they recognized I was not as good of a test taker as I was at like doing projects and like having original ideas. And so I think they kind of massaged the grade a little bit. But yeah, actually, see, this is the big thing. Serenity too is like the nice thing is that it's one of the last environments where you sort of know that you can fail at stuff without major consequence. It's like failing a course is not great, but it's also not the end of the world. Incidentally, like one bad exam is not gonna like torpedo you for life, although it feels like that at the time. Um, but like for the papers that I wrote in university, like I usually sort of swing for the fences on those, on things that maybe I didn't necessarily know if I'd be able to fully deliver. And one of the reasons I would do that is because it's like one of the last times when I could afford to do something like that, and I sort of would know the consequences for failure, like not finding something, were not as severe as, say, like if I was trying to get tenure at a university, or if I was in like a workplace and I couldn't deliver the goods. Like those are a little bit more of a scary environment in which to what does swing for the fences mean? So like go like, so it's kind of a baseball analogy. So like you're trying to knock the ball and baseball as far away as you can, but like just do something really ambitious that potentially also can fail, because like when you swing really hard at the ball, also sometimes it just doesn't turn out, and um, you just like you fail in a very obvious way, and everybody sort of makes fun of you. So yeah, like I kind of recognized at university, like that was one of the last times that I could do big ambitious things, and I wouldn't necessarily be responsible to like a manager who's wondering why they paid me to fail, as opposed to like, a university situation where they're partly just wanting to see that you've applied the knowledge that they gave you. And like in this case, like they're not going to fail, at least in terms of econ, like they're not going to fail you for the final project if you try to look for something and you don't actually find the effect that you were looking for. Like as long as you can show you did the work, you'll probably do fine as far as the grade is concerned. Oop. Hey, Chunky Man Gamer. Yes, I was really looking forward to it. We've not completely demolished it. I don't know if you were here last week, but we actually got to play this beforehand. Hooded Horse kindly gave me a copy, but again, I'm really messing up the production lines, so we're probably going to fall to the Queen's impatience. I have it on Steam. I don't think it's on Game Pass. Let me take a look, though. Yeah, it's not on Game Pass yet. Yeah, it's currently 15% off on Steam, but I don't see... Oh, it is on Epic. Although I don't think it's... I think it's actually on sale on Epic, but not on... sorry, it's on sale on Steam, but not on Epic. So when I take a look here, again, just keep in mind that I was given a copy for promotional purposes, but so it's 21.24 Canadian on Steam instead of Epic. So if you want the better deal, that would be on Steam for now. Although you're saying you're looking for less than 10, so it'll probably be a while for that. Oh, it's also on GOG, and 15% off on GOG as well. But that's to GOG. If it was on Game Pass, you'd be playing it. Okay, so sorry, I've kind of been filibustering it, getting all nostalgic about University. Actually, Serenity, you should have been here when we were doing 2 Point Campus. I had a lot of fun with that one. But let's see. So one thing I want is, so I definitely want the bricks because that's going to help me with human relatives. I don't think there's a lot I can do about the ancient tablets. But let's see if we can get packs of crops and building materials. So at least 2 bricks. Six. 12 simple tools. That's too expensive for the tools, so we'll just roll that right back. I want to see what I can... Okay. I don't want to give up packs of crops. That doesn't quite do it for me. Okay, here we go. So I get the bricks that I need. I don't need provisions right now, so we'll trade those. Maybe I'd do something with the berries, but... I think what I'll maybe do here is when we go to the post, so let's start putting vegetables in for the packs of crops. It's tempting to put the grain in, but the grain's going to be where I get some of the other stuff. Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, Serenity, one thing that's tough for me is I've never really gotten accustomed to cooking for myself. I'm pretty bad at it, so... what are some of the things that'll get the humans happy? Clothing. I don't think we can make jerky right now. Yeah, this is as good as we're gonna get right now. But we did get to deliver on the human human requirement. Okay, so Brickyard can produce bricks, pottery, and crystallized dew. Smokehouse can produce jerky, pottery, and incense, and the cookhouse can produce skewers, biscuits, and pigments. So it looks to me like Smokehouse helps us because of the jerky. Now there are going to be some tricky parts for this. But let's do the best we can. This will also be a good one for the lizard people to work at. So what I basically want to have right now is I want to somehow get the human resolve up to 30. Maybe when the rain goes away. I could also give them lighter treatment, but that brings the lizard people on the edge of revolt. So, okay, we can demolish the stonecutters camp here. Actually, we could have moved that, but all good. We'll worry about that in the future. I think maybe we should stop producing planks right now. Okay, so we gotta find insects. We'll turn off the incense for now. I don't think we... Yeah, we don't have much use for that. Okay, so... insects are meat. Neither of which we currently have, but we may eventually be able to get. New glade. So we've got some stone deposits. Yeah. It's not great, but it's something we can work with. Okay, now hopefully this is going to translate into some higher resolve for the humans. Gonna hold the line as far as the vegetables are concerned. We're doing better as far as food is concerned, but I don't want to get too lazy about that right now. Apparently we could use the mushrooms instead. You know what, let's do that, because I don't see myself using mushrooms for anything else, and packs of crops are... Oh, okay, this is an important one for us. So, we've got threats, flooding, fishman magic, although primitive, can be very effective, destroys all roads in the settlement, and villager movement speed is decreased by 30. So, as long as I bring resin, we're fine. So, let's get 2 lizard people on that. And we can either Rain Spirit Totem cleansed by the Holy Flame. Hostility is decreased by 50%. That's actually pretty tempting because we're at level 2. Otherwise, oh, but that's our Ancient Tablet, so we gotta go for it. Hostility of the forest is temporarily increased by 150 points. Okay, well, hopefully the lizard men will take care of this fast. I seem to remember there were some pretty deadly consequences for a high hostility. -8 to global resolve, so that's one of the consequences. Honestly, it's not going as badly as I thought it would, but we still don't really have an answer for how we're gonna get through to the end. So we can hand in archaeology. We may or may not be able to do human resolve. I feel like funding an outpost is something that's within our reach. Let's give them copper ore because we don't have much use for that right now. So I'm hoping one of the lizard people shows up. Okay, yeah, so they work it for 3 minutes and then we're good to go. So again, the way I sort of redesigned this village was around the idea of trading for survival. Now, I'm not 100% clear as to whether or not we're out of the woods as far as food is concerned. We're doing a good job, I think, with pies and... Oh yeah, we sold all our berries, didn't we? Or did we? We have another source. I am curious what might be eating our berries. Alright, well, the human resolve is gonna tank. Well, everything resolve is gonna tank in a little bit, but... I'm gonna clear this out for a little bit, because I think we've got all the farmland that we can work with. Oof! This is gonna kill us. Okay, new orders. Pack of trade goods in exchange for 5 new villagers, pies, and goods, or 150 wood, 15 provisions for... let's go... May not be able to pull off the trade goods, but let's try it. Pies and biscuits, or building materials and trade goods. Grain production's tempting. But these I can actually deliver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I can actually deliver the pastries right now, but that might kill my... Screw it. So we can't really hope for any more missions. We have to fulfill what we've done here. I'm actually probably going to do Lost Knowledge now. I originally wanted to do Archaeology, The catch, well, 12 simple tools. So yeah, the benefit for lost knowledge is that it gives me... Oh yeah, no, this will help my resolve. We definitely do lost knowledge. So let's speed things up. Stonecutter's Camp has no deposits, so in this case, I'm just going to move that to somewhere... Probably where it can get the most, yeah, output. So I'm speeding this up just so... I think we're probably going to lose people, but I'm hoping the working effect going away... No, we'll lose one beaver at least. Lizards is still mad, though. Okay. Newcomers. Clay is kind of tempting because of the... Yeah, and we replace the beavers. Pick a cornerstone, rooty ground, strange roots spread across the land. Wood production is increased by 1, but harvesting and planting is 25% slower. And then deserted caravans, global production is 50% faster, but trading is unavailable. Neither of these work for me, so we're going to leave that. Alone. Yeah, so my hope here is that, okay, when we turn in Lost Knowledge, we're going to be able to get the humans happy, which is going to cause a knock-on effect and improve human resolve. Oh, we also need more human houses. Oh, brilliant. Okay, the herb garden is exactly what I need. I may need to give up some farmland for... I may need to give up some farmland for that, but... Well, I'll worry about that later. Let's take care of the humans first. So... that's 1, 2. Now we need bricks. I guess I don't have the clay for that. So maybe we need to wait for the next trader. Then I also need more shelters. So it's a total of 3 each. Not at all clear if the road's gonna connect. Oh, it does. Cool. So those are the plans, at least. I suppose the next question... So what gets us the tools? Both archaeology and pack of building materials. Okay, well, we don't need to give any more packs of crops. So that's good. We'll actually say that's not a priority anymore. I thought there was a way I could just, like, spike this. Oh, interesting. We don't have pack of goods, so we don't have a way of producing that. Well, that's inconvenienced me. Okay, well, we'll think about how to do that. We have another way of getting favor, and that's by getting everyone's resolve up. But easier said than done right now. So I only really want to deal with one big bad at a time. But it seems to me like I can afford to cut my way to another dangerous glade. And it wouldn't be a bad idea, seeing as... Oh. So we found a simpler one. So yeah, nothing too special on its own. Okay, and we've got a trader. So unfortunately, we don't have any way of getting those trading goods, which I was kind of counting on. We can get bricks, though. So for the human settlement... Oh! We've got our 30 human resolve. Okay, so... We should probably get more, though. Just trying to think if there's something I can add. Anything worth 17. Nope. I can always try and trade amber for it, but the question is, like, what do I want out of any of this? There's really no easy answer here, so we'll trade it. Given that we're now through to the glades, what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to chop my way into this dangerous glade. And I'll stop just shy of this one. So the humans are good right now. The hope is, though, that they don't... Okay, cool. That number's going up. So I think we'll be good for human resolve, funding an outpost. Archaeology, likely we're going to be able to do. And the open question is whether or not we can get the pack of trade goods. And then I haven't built an herb garden yet just because I don't know what field I'm going to focus on. Impatience grows 20% faster. Okay, we really didn't need that. What I'm probably going to have to start doing is focusing on the happiness of my citizens in order to make sure that we survive to the to sort of the end. Oh, I should have seen if we could get insects. What is it? Insects or meat? We have neither of those. Oh no! They're going down to 29! No! Oh, that's so frustrating. I don't think we're going to see that come back. Oh, it's because we ran out of pies. because we're out of herbs. I should have thought about that. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna do this the other way around, actually. That's really on me for not keeping better track of that. Things are going to get pretty grim too because we have the big storm coming. So our hope right now is that we get the tablets from the Forbidden Glade. I think once again we fast forward. I'm also mildly tempted to shift entirely to biscuits. I guess I shouldn't do that now because we don't have the herbs for it, but nope. So we'll see if we can get that human resolve back up. For now, we're just hoping we don't lose too many people over the storm. Should probably be focusing on the next bit of expansion. Let's move this woodcutter's camp to this end. I'm gonna go for the simple glade first. So we're gonna lose quite a few people here. All right, a new cornerstone. It's not at all clear. So I guess we can go for Vineyard Town. Nah, we'll do fuel. Coats. That will make humans happier. Although we're gonna probably chew through those faster than we can. Oh, okay, we just broke through to the evil glade. So, what does this thing need? 20 resin. We're boned. Oh no, we have it. Okay, cool. Trying to enter the Fishman Cave triggers hidden traps. A Fishman totem spawns every 60 seconds. So, and 1 impatience point. Fishman witches have prepared a special surprise. For anyone trying to break into the cave, spawns 3 Fishman totems. And then as far as rewards are concerned, we can keep the goods. No, we'll send to the Citadel. I think we're about to start starving. Okay, so what's the deal with the totems? Sinister structure made out of bone smells of fisherman magic. Hostility of the forest is temporarily increased by 30 points. Okay, so we need to assign workers to clear these things out. Don't even get the... don't even get the... what am I trying to say? I don't even get the ancient tablets, which is what I was really going for. Although, being able to get on good relations with the Citadel is nice, I suppose. So we're just going to send as many people as we can to clear these things out. Okay, so apparently we don't have enough... So this is not good if we're running into lizard resolve problems at this point. So yeah, again, the hope here is that the herbs are gonna see us through. Otherwise, we're toast. Oh, good lord! I should have. Oh, that was a new one. Never mind. Okay. So apparently we still have berries, which is nice. Oh, we've got another plot. That's nice. So we can make we can put some more herbs down. Sorry, I'm obviously really scatterbrained on this because I'm desperately trying to not to lose. We got three more points of Queen's Impatience. Okay, nice. We completed the Fisherman Cave. So I think we just chop our way to the next dangerous glade. We need those tablets. So the trick here is that we've got 3 points of 3 points of Queen's Impatience left. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of Reputation left. In theory, if we complete all of our orders, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 points, which means we still need to win people over through Resolve. So again, overall, it's not looking good. I think at this point, we're actually just gonna spread out to as many glades as I can, even if it does mean things get a little risky. Oop, what's going on here? Ah, yes. Okay. So put a couple of humans down. For this one... Oh, I guess I just consigned myself to... Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with this being a farm. We'll clear out the... Okay, apparently that... Oh, because it's a herbal... Right. We can move the logging camp later. Okay, what do we need? Ancient tablets, things to make humans happy. Oh, we can turn in funding an outpost. So that's nice. And for that, we can build a clothier, a rain mill, or a brewery. Now, a clothier will make humans happy through the production of coats. It's also worth mentioning here that none of these will allow me to make packs of trade goods. Okay, so if I sell all my provisions... Oh, I've also got simple tools. Hang on. Okay, so these we're sending to the Citadel for the Queen's Grace.
Yeah. Yeah.
That takes up 10. These were also we're sending to the Citadel. So what I'm trying to do right now is just count how many. I'm trying to count how many Queen's Grace I can get, so we can bank on 1, which is going to give us another building. Okay, actually, I'm going to get some note paper here. So what I want to do right now is just take stock of what I need to account for at the moment. Because again, what I'm trying to do here is outrun the Queen's disfavor. And I'm going to kind of assume here that I'm going to have a mass exodus of lizards coming up. So we can maybe beat archaeology. I'm questioning whether or not we're going to be able to complete any of the other goals that we have. So in order to try and get 4 points of Queen's favor, let's also say I need to get 3 because I just Hail Mary. Oh, well, if it has to be 3, I've already solved the problem. So we're getting... right, so we're getting 0.5 here. 0.5 here, so that's 1 accounted for. So now we need 2. So we get 1 if we spend 14. We get 0.75 for each 10. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious what the so in a very limited sense, the 1 for 14 is the better deal. Okay, so let's think about this the other way. Okay, so we've got 3 abandoned caches at 0.75. We've got 1 at 14. So in theory, I can actually win just... Can I win off of that on its own? So if I need 4... So 4 to 3... No, I get 225, so I have 0.75 left. But... so basically what I'm trying to work out here is like how deep do I cut for myself to try and actually, there's another thing I want to look at. We might have had people who left. Okay, so when I look at storage, so right now we've got 24. Right now I have 24 tools, but obviously some of those are already spoken for. So, 6. $12. 14, so that's 26. So we need minimum 2. So ideally I buy 32 tools, but again, those are really expensive. So we may not be able to pull that off. Well, we can't buy that many anyway, so let's try for 12. This is also one where I'm willing to give up amber. So let's start by giving all the copper ore. So sea marrow apparently counts as efficient fuel, so I should feel a little bit better about my wood, although just want to make sure that maybe there isn't something else in this that I can so yeah, like the herbs are nice and all of that, but no. Let's all go into the queen. Okay. So, we're still going to want to try and get those tablets. So, Provisioner Lizard is left. I have a feeling there's going to be a few more that leave. As long as we survive long enough to yeah, so again, there's going to be an exodus of some beavers and lizards. But at this point, I'm seeing this as the cost of doing business. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll build the clothier, but I may just turn it off. So as soon as one of these things get, okay. Well, that's right. I should have seen if I could get meat for the jerky for humans as well. Okay, so what we got to do here is I need to stop chopping the wood until we resolve this issue. So, okay, definitely send that to the Citadel. Petrified wood. Working effects. Petrified tree is radiating its sickness over the entire forest. Tree cutting is 70% slower. It's active only when the corresponding glade event is being worked on. Okay, so it's 4 minutes of slower production. But I can live with that, especially because we get to send something to the Citadel off of that. Next up, Leatherworker, Brickyard, or Rain Mill. Can produce flour skulls, pack of building materials, packs of luxury goods, fabric. Unfortunately, this can't produce trade goods. let's go for the leather worker for the sake of the argument. Also, what I can do here, because we know the consequences aren't that bad, we're actually going to open up another scary place. And this is, people are afraid of whatever destroyed the caravan. 6 to global resolve is active. Okay, so again, we don't need to give up anything. So we throw 2 bodies at it, and we send it to the Citadel. And again, because we don't have that much to fear in terms of consequence, I think we make our way to the next scary place. As long as we have workers to do this, I don't mind unlocking more... Oh, gotta pick a cornerstone and more workers. Okay, definitely want the tools. And surprise child, gain 1 lizard for every 25 eggs produced or silent looting. Scouts learn how to be very careful when looting abandoned caches. Every open cache lowers hostility by 15 points. Let's try that, although I think it's a little late. So again, I'm really getting aggressive in terms of some of the risks that I'm taking on here. But it's because I have the possibility of getting the reputation where it needs to be. And one of the reasons why I've been sort of just crashing from like point to point rather than like fully explaining my reasoning is I'm actually trying to get to a point where I can say, okay, you know, now we can take a breather. I've gotten through this scary level, and we're going to be a little more thoughtful the next time around now that we sort of know how to play the game. I'm tempted to build a farm here, but I think I'm going to see how the... Actually, let's build an herb garden. How much fabric do we have? 10. I'm going to keep my powder dry on the coats, I think. I'll assign people to it, but... but yeah, what I'll do here, I am going to build the garden. And the reasoning is this. If I have to keep the humans happy for human resolve... So be it. I can do that by building jerky, pies, and clothing all in the same turn to just rocket that attitude up. Oh, I'm also out of shelter, which I probably should have worked on a lot sooner. But what is kind of cool out of this, well, maybe our trading strategy wasn't necessarily the way that we got out of the problem. It is kind of neat that we've been able to... take what was looking like a certain loss and turn this into a case where we may have a legitimate win. Okay. So, as always, we send to the Citadel. Okay, -8 to lizard resolve. That's going to cause pretty much a full lizard exodus. But, again, we send it to the Citadel. Okay, so that's another 0.5. "49 seconds before we get a 0.75. Okay, we're just short of where we need to be honest. Maybe another trade caravan will take us where we need to go. think maybe we'll wait until after the next rainy season before we try and unlock any more scary places. Oh, did we win? No, we're point 0.02 away. Okay, so we either need simple tools, or we need to love bomb the humans, or we need to turn in an ancient tablet, also known as my iPad. So pretty much any glade that I can get my hands on. We'll move this woodcutter's camp. This is the really scary one. And then this is another really scary one. But let's see how it goes. But yeah, so the hope here is going to be that I can just I can get by while we wait for a traveler. I'm definitely going to need to get by. I think, again, we're going to wait for another storm. Once the storm goes by, even though the oh, okay, we got it. Never mind. Cool. So, again, I don't know if I did a really good job of explaining how, like, everything worked on this, but here's, again, just to be kind of clear in terms of the reasoning behind it. So I went on a higher difficulty than it turns out was appropriate for me, and I also didn't really appreciate the complexity of the building system. So once I realized that we had all our work ahead of us in terms of generating the Queen's favor, one of the plans that I had was, okay, I don't have the stuff that I need, but we can probably trade for it. And then at this point, sort of, I said, okay, well, the next thing we're going to try and do is we're going to try and go for sort of the bird in the hand favor, as opposed to try and work on the resolve. Now, again, some of this stuff didn't work out. So, like, we were trying to go for the ancient tablet, and that didn't turn out. The human resolve was one that we were really close to getting, but couldn't quite seal the deal on. So there were a couple of other actions that I could have taken, but yes, that was a total win for this scenario. I don't think there's any partial wins, but settlement complete. This village's position is secured. You can now choose to leave or continue to play on this map, but additional deeds won't be completed, and you will not earn any more experience points or citadel resources. So we gain 48 food stockpiles, basic currency of the realm. Workers are eager to exchange their labor for food for their families, can be used to buy upgrades in the smoldering city, and we completed the following deeds. Discovery, discover 10 glades. Rolling in wealth, trade goods worth 50 amber. Taking action, win a game after solving 5 glade events. Fertile meadows, win a game near the modifier fertile grounds. The Scarlet Orchard, win a game on the biome Scarlet Orchard. Overcoming difficulty, win a game on the difficulty Pioneer or higher. Big Settlement, win a game with at least 40 villagers. And no deaths, win a game with 0 villagers dying. So we won. Reputation 280, impatience left 80, orders completed 8, regular event solved 6, dangerous event solved 5, kind soul, what is that? No villager died, 20-minute adventure, finished the game before year 12, town, finished a game with at least 40 villagers, and guildsman finished the game with 100 amber. So I'm not going to continue the settlement because it's definitely born in sin, but let's see what the world map gives me. So that was fun. Like, these are the ones I feel the best about. The ones where it's like, okay, it feels like it's hopeless, but we're gonna push on no matter what. And I'm glad that we did that. So modifiers, and treasure. The world map is filled with things waiting to be discovered. Every point of interest on the map is marked with a question mark symbol and may turn out to be either a modifier or a treasure chest. Both are very rewarding. Modifiers are special types of objects that change the rules of the game, for example, by allowing you to move every building in your settlement, or by blocking your ability to trade. To take on a modifier, simply settle on a map tile adjacent to it. After winning a game near it, the modifier will disappear, and you will be rewarded with additional Citadel resources. Treasure chests, on the other hand, don't require you to settle near them or claim their contents. Once you discover a chest, simply select it on the world map to open it. The chest must be within your embark range to be collected. So, out of curiosity, I talked about this before, but how many of you have read the book The Three Body Problem? It's part of a series called Remembrance of Earth's Past. One thing I do kind of wish for this game is I wish I had a way of finding out what these modifier... Oops, that's not the button. I'm not looking to report a bug. It doesn't say that much about the world map. Trying to think of it. Yeah, so I think I said this before. This is they've talked about how this has roguelike elements inside of it. So I'm going to guess that from the silence in chat that there aren't people who've read The Three Body Problem. So for those of you who weren't here last Friday, Three Body Problem has this sort of virtual reality game inside of it. And there's the species that, experiences these very wide fluctuations in terms of the types of kind of weather and just the overall state of the world. And there are times when there will be more than one sun in the sky, and it's basically just, you can't get anything done. And essentially what happens is that the species sort of dehydrates itself and like kind of rolls it up almost like papyrus scrolls, and then during one of those periods where it's stable enough for sort of civilization to continue, then they sort of just like rehydrate everybody and get everything ready to go. And one of the things that the objectives of the game is to try and understand the nature of these cycles and to try to predict when there's going to be one of the negative cycles so that sort of society can prepare. And there's a number of sort of great scientists who emerge to try and do good work on this sort of stuff. It's a really interesting book, by the way. It's, I think, the first Chinese language novel to win the best novel Hugo. Obviously, I read it in translation. But and I'm trying to keep a few details about specifically what the deal is with this civilization, because there's a bit more than meets the eye on it. But I'm convinced, I've actually done a terrible job of explaining the book, by the way, but I'm convinced that this Blight Storm, so essentially it's too early to finish the cycle, viceroys are obligated to finish settlements until the Blight Storm is almost upon them. So basically, you keep building things out until the Blight Storm hits, and then, then you start over, basically. And it really does remind me of the Three Body Pro. So much so that I actually wanted to go to the library and sign it out because it was a coworker that lent it to me. One of the nice things about my workplace, Algrins. For those of you who don't know, I was talking with Algrins earlier today on Twitter. My workplace, this is one of the reasons why I started late tonight, quite literally within days offered me a promotion which I have been working towards and feel that I had earned for quite literally years, and then today turned around and said, actually there's a hiring freeze going on, so you can't get it. And like, no, here's what we're gonna do instead. Here's, like my first impulse when I hear news like that is, how are you gonna keep me happy until then? None of that. So I am going to propose something because I don't think they realize how close they are for me just walking away. Incidentally, if any of you know somebody who's looking to do data work, I am open. I am very happy to tell these guys to go to hell. Oh yeah, unbelievably so. The thing is that even with the promotion, I am below the level which I think would be fair and representative of my work. The people who are at the level that I am at, quite regularly, I am giving feedback on what I consider to be very basic stuff and correcting it. And I am nice about it. I don't think there's any reason to be a jerk about that stuff. But if you want my honest opinion about the level of work that's going on here by people who are on paper sort of my superior, it's bad. Like it's to a point that I wonder why they are actually hiring people with the credentials that we have, because clearly those credentials do not mean what I thought they meant. And in fairness, there may be other qualities that I'm not realizing. There may be other things going on, but I'm at the point now where it's clear that I cannot just rely on my work alone for this stuff to mean anything, right? If it was about my work, then presumably I would have had the position already. But it is what it is. I'm playing games to make myself feel better. I'm happy that I at least got the video done. And I'm going to try and do something nice for myself this weekend. But like, to give you an idea, like last year, there's a very similar problem to this. I almost left for Ubisoft, and I didn't, sort of on the assumption that sort of they would have my back, I guess. Fun comment here on my beginner's guide to Cultist Simulator video. This game is one of the worst I have ever tried. It has no guide or anything at all. You don't know what's going on. You don't know your ultimate goal. Does the developer expect everyone to go on YouTube to learn how to play this game from step 1? LOL. So, this is going to be fun. This is totally not related to Against the Storm. How do you think I normally reply to these? Especially because I'm feeling bad about work. So you had a bad day at work, you through no fault of your own, something bad happened to you. Then some dickhead comes into your channel and tells you what's what. Yes, my channel is that small. I guess it actually shows revenue. I should not be Oh, great, you can't see this. Never mind. What's going on here? Just take me to the darn video. Okay. I'm utterly fascinated by what's being recommended in my what's being recommended in my list. Anyway, here we go. So, someone just left a comment like this on here. I cannot believe my spelling. Sorry, I wanted to say this out loud, but it's a little bit it's a little bit more natural for me to just type it out. Okay, so yeah, no, and that's just it, right? So I am small enough that I can oh yeah, I should totally get rid of that GOG link. So yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like when I get a comment like this, I generally get annoyed. So again, from Trump Lost LOL, this game is one of the worst I've ever tried. It has no guide or anything at all. You don't know what's going on. You don't know your ultimate goal. Does the developer expect everyone to go on YouTube to learn even how to play this game from step one? LOL. This guy's trying to pick a fight. They're probably, so there's one of two things that's going to happen. They're either going to ignore the they're either going to ignore the comment or they're going to reply, no, you're wrong, or whatever. But the one thing that I try to do in this case is recognize that. So this is one of my more popular videos, right? So the number of people who've seen this, it's 118,000 views, which when you compare to my usual videos, right, where it's usually double digits, sometimes, you know, triple digits if I'm lucky, like this is a very good video for me. And so I recognize that this is not just a place where people are potentially learning about Cultist Simulator for the first time, but it's where they're learning about me for the first time. So, you know, if you're the type of person with a short fuse, what you do is you open a Microsoft Word file and you type all the stuff that you totally want to say to that guy in that Word file, and then you put it in the recycling bin and you hit empty, and then you write your comment. I've seen enough of this stuff. There's a few other people who kind of do this, and what I'm actually pleasantly surprised by, the number of times I've given a reply like this has not resulted in it being ignored. It's actually resulted in terms of people saying, yeah, actually I was just venting. And that's really good, because I will actually say one of the very pleasant things about Cultist Simulator is that for the most part, it's attracted a very positive community. And it's nice to be able to reflect that in the replies. So, here's what the reply is here. And again, this is longer than it needs to be. But like number one, my basic unit of thought is the paragraph. And then number two, if nothing else, it's kind of nice that the longer you go, the less likely they are to reply. So I'm not sure if you think I'm affiliated with a developer or just venting, but I should be clear that I just put out the guide to try and catch people who might otherwise enjoy the game. Cultist Simulator is a polarizing game by design, and I'm going to guess that this is not your thing based on your comment, but if you're interested in why someone might be interested in such a game, I'll offer some thoughts. In addition to the conceit of a game you learn by playing, the start of the game is very much like where your character is, given a glimpse of a mysterious and interesting world without much more to go on. For some people, the idea of puzzling through it all and feeling the aha moment is very appealing. For others, the idea that everything is not available is a major turnoff, and that's okay. Everything I've read about real-world occultists suggests that people think they are incredibly strange for their interests. I suspect, though, that if you want to give the game another shot, and pay attention to the square brackets, you'll find that the game gives you a bit more guidance than it seems at first. Paying close attention to the text also gives you some tips, although sometimes you read these before you may be ready to fully appreciate the implications of what is being, well, nothing's being said, it's being written. Either way, I don't think the developer expects people to check out YouTube to learn the game, but I do think there's a subset of people who benefit from YouTube to be told how the game is different, and that helps them get back on the bus. So, I'm going to maybe get back on the bus isn't that clear. So, and that helps them frame of mind that lets them turn frustration into enjoyment. So yeah, I don't expect this person to suddenly become a Cultist Simulator fan. What I do expect, though, is when people see, oh wow, the people who are attached to this game in terms of play, like when I say attached to this game as in like players, are very reasonable. My hope is that they'll, become more interested as a result. Okay, let's go back to the Smoldering City and see if we can get any upgrades. Deeds. Click to complete. New Citadel upgrades. Temple, Scribe, Mine, Old Farlif. Okay. Place where villagers can fulfill needs, religion, education, passive effect, Sacrament of the Flame. Scribe can produce scrolls, ale, simple tools. Mine can be used to place on coal and ore veins. Digs up copper, ore, and coal. Old Farluf is a trader. He might have metal, fuel, tools, building materials, and a number of blueprints and perks for sale. He's willing to buy a pack of goods, resources, advanced building materials, metal, and some crafting materials. Rich Glades, newly discovered resource nodes have 10 more charges, and over-diligent woodworkers. Some woodworkers just can't stop working. Gain 3 barrels for every 10 planks produced. So I'm almost wondering if I'm going to over-level myself based on these deeds. Okay, trade goods worth 50 amber. Got nothing for that. Taking action. Win a game after solving 5 Glade events. Achievement unlocked. Taking action. Fertile Meadows. Win a game near the modifier Fertile Grounds. Okay, so it looks like we're not getting... Oh, I get it. So when we level up, that's when we get all those crazy things. The Scarlet Orchard. Win a game on the biome Scarlet Orchard. There we go. New Citadel upgrades. Guild House. A place where villagers can fulfill needs. Luxury. Passive effects. Guild House. The guild's welfare. Clan Hall. A place where villagers can fulfill needs. Brawling. Religion. Passive effects. Ancient ways. Cellar can produce wine, pickled goods, and jerky. Metal delivery line. 2 copper bars per minute. Rebellious spirit. The people feel oddly rebellious. Gain 1 global resolve for every 2 impatience points. Safe Haven, minus 40 hostility for every hub upgraded to level neighborhood or higher. Overcoming difficulty, win a game with the difficulty Pioneer or higher. Got a pipe. Even the most rudimentary encampment needs distractions. Decorations are used to advance hubs. Big settlement, win a game with at least 40 villagers. Lamp. Aesthetics. The more a settlement grows, the more demand there is for beauty. Decorations are used to advance hubs. No deaths. Win a game with 0 villagers dying. First real expedition. Win a game in the bio Royal Woodlands and on the difficulty Settler or higher. Oh. Oh, do I have to do... I don't mind doing another settler if I have to. Anyways, let's take a look at upgrades now. So I don't have artifacts, so I would not be able to do Monastery of the Vigilant Flame level 2. Gain a permanent +2 to burning duration for all types of fuel burned in the hearth. And you have 1 additional option to choose from when picking cornerstones. So my other options are Obsidian Archive level 3, gain a permanent -2% at the speed to the speed at which the Queen's Impatience grows. And Consumption Control Fundamental Upgrade enables advanced controls for what is being consumed in your settlement and by whomst. And then Pioneer's Gate level 1, base stat, every villager in your settlement gets a permanent +2 increase to their walking speed and gain a +1 embark point to spend on resources and bonuses before starting a new settlement. Both of these seem like very good upgrades. What is the elevator pitch for this game? Irrepressible. Let's say roguelike, roguelike city builder. You have to build a city or a functioning settlement against the clock. And you don't have access to all the buildings at once. When I say city builder, actually sim would probably be the better definition because it's a little bit closer to the kinds of like Factorio, Industries of Titan kind of sim now that I think of it because of the production lines. Okay, Dim Square level 1, gain a permanent +3 bonus to the trader arrival speed. Allows you to establish trade routes with other nearby settlements. Tempting, but I'll wait for that. First Dawn Headquarters level 1, permanent +1 chance for bonus production yields. Vegetable embark bonus, you gain a new embark bonus to choose from when starting a settlement. Vegetables and meat. Okay, let's keep on our usual upgrade. So I do like the idea of holding back the Queen's impatience. That gives me more time to faff about. Now, if I go for the Pioneer's Gate, then I can't go for the Obsidian Archive. So do I want to go wide or do I want to go tall here? You know, the extra blueprints are pretty darn good because that'll help me understand production better. So we're going to go for an additional blueprint choice. Okay. So, the reason why I went to the Atlas was to try and understand what these effects are. So we can go to the marshlands, we can go to the coral forest. This one seems kind of closest to one of the question marks, so maybe we'll go for here. Okay, well I can zoom out, which is kind of nice. I think I'm going to move back to Settler, especially because it seems like I get the... what do I say? Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's actually only two more reputation that... God, that is so much more. I think I will do the Settler just so I can get the achievement. Okay, so yes, I can find... So, gathering knowledge. Marshlands are a gatherer's paradise. Gathering speed is increased by 10% for every 2 workers assigned to a gathering camp. Giant organisms. The marshlands are home to enormous life forms. Giant resource nodes can be found in forbidden glades. Each glade will have a different one. Okay. I can contrast that to what we find in the Royal Woodlands. Royal Woodlands are very lush and rich in timber. Trees give more wood. Reminds me of a viewer. And diverse flora. Vegetation here mutates into unique strands. Each type of tree has a distinct bonus resource and inspiring pressure. The forest is as scary as it is beautiful. Villagers have a 5% chance for bonus yields from production and gathering for each hostility level. Ooh, interesting. Oh yeah, first real expedition. Okay, Royal Woodlands it is then, I guess. So I gotta be careful then. So if I was gonna build here originally, that would still be okay, right? Yeah. Not just... The problem is we're not gonna get that much food out of it. But that's life. Okay, Royal Woodlands. The Queen's forests were once part of the smoldering city, but the Blightstorm reclaimed this land. The Royal Woodlands are rich in roots, moss broccoli, grasscap mushrooms, and flax, with a decent amount of dewberries and clay. The ground is fertile and soft, and that makes it perfect for farming. 30 experience, 14 food. I guess we get our pick in terms of... Do we not get human? Oh, I get it. Sorry, it's our pick between these two. Okay, so we can go for 8 lizards or... okay, so first of all, this is 9 total, so I kind of prefer that. They get broccoli and mushrooms. We get roots and meat. Same amount of parts, same amount of wildfire essence. Barrels over grain. We get same starting wood. They start with clay. We don't. We get some coal. 2 new arrivals. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the diversity of the group, particularly just because it has the beavers, is good. So then the question would be, what else do I want to bring? So we'll say... so I have to choose between stone and clay. I think I'll go for clay first. And I do believe the lizards like eggs. So we will embark. I wouldn't be bummed about missing the achievement. I'd be bummed about my damn workplace! Okay, Forest Mysteries. Untapped wealth. Gatherers have a 50% chance of collecting additional resources when harvesting resource nodes, active during drizzle, and active from hostility 0. Fermented rain. The rain is sticky and tastes like wine. During drizzle, wine can be produced in the rain collector. Available during drizzle. Looming darkness. Rampaging storm stifles the spirit of all living creatures. An additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level. And no contact. Harsh weather conditions make it impossible to reach the Citadel. Gaining reputation doesn't lower impatience. Oof! Oh, but only active during the storm. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. Gift of the Woodlands biome effect. Royal woodlands are very lush and rich in timber. Trees give more wood, and settler villagers eat less food. Consumption control. You can control what your villagers are allowed to eat and which needs they can fulfill using the consumption control panel. To open the panel, select the consumption control icon on the upper right side of the screen. There, you can use the checkboxes assigned to each species and every type of good to customize what is being consumed and what is forbidden. Villagers can get upset and suffer a resolve penalty if they are forbidden from consuming a good that is available in the settlement's storage. This penalty will be even higher if another species is allowed to consume said good. Penalties vary between different types of resources. The only exception is raw food such as mushrooms and roots, and switching it off never activates any penalties. Okay. So, got our main storage. We have access to roads, woodcutters' camps, stone cutters' camps, harvesters' camps, scavenger camps, farm fields, which don't count for anything right now. We've got shelters, we've got crude workstations, makeshift posts, rain collectors, mines, storage, small hearth, trading post. So the game usually tells us to start with like 2 woodcutter camps, and I'm inclined to agree with that choice. I'm gonna stick one here. I'm gonna stick one here. We're gonna get to the glades as quickly as we can. Although the intention will definitely be to sort of chop our way through everything. And I think, well, let's try and be nice about the shelters. This would be 3. Should cover everyone. We can always destroy the the road afterwards. Okay, is there anything else I want to build? So the one tricky part right now is I don't have any orders. So do I want to wait on the Queen's Envoy? So we've got lumber mill, brickyard, leather worker, and a kiln. I think I'm going to wait. I don't know if there's any penalty for waiting on this stuff. Oh, do I not? Wait. If I don't have parts, how on earth am I supposed to get a woodcutter's camp down? Oh, it just hasn't been built yet. Actually, it seems to me like we should probably put a, what is it, scavenger's hut? Yeah, scavenger's camp. Let's get one of those down so we can pick up the eggs. So we don't have the full complement of beavers yet. We need 6. But it's a start. So again, just collecting all the basic resources that I can see. And yeah, actually it turns out that the dangerous glades aren't that scary. Okay, the Queen's Envoy. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. Exploration contact. The Royal Academy wants a detailed map of the region and will supply anyone willing to help. Gain 20 reed and 20 clay for every discovered glade. Or well-rested workers, just the right amount. Villagers with the leisure need fulfilled have a 10% chance for double yield. Now, this didn't help us at all because we didn't have any leisure, so let's try exploration contact this time. And again, I'm specifically not choosing a new building because I want an idea of what our commitments are going to be first. Okay, so 3 orders to start. So, Rich Harvest, so this will be 3 packs of crops or solve any 2 glade events. This is slightly more attractive because of the newcomers and the box of simple tools, so this should be pretty straightforward. Next up, the Crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to other settlements. So this is an easy one for me to fix. So is this one. So I also like the idea that this gets me new newcomers, so we'll pick this one. And finally, the Crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to other settlements. So build 35 simple paths or build a trading post. Useful tools for creating drainage ditches. Villagers move 10% faster on roads of stone, but the simple goods are a little more effective for me. So I don't know how I'm going to get the amber, but we can already build a trading post. So I'm not going to build any of this stuff quite yet, just because we've already got quite a bit on the go. I think I'll wait till all the buildings are built before we try and do anything with the camp. Now, we don't really have a food source yet other than the eggs, so I want to be careful about that. But again, right now we're just going to clear out whatever glades we can find, and then we'll worry about the next steps. We'll do the simple glades first, and then if I need to, we'll move on to the dangerous glades. I figure it's probably not a bad idea to have a little bit more of a a well-built settlement before I go too far. And everybody's employed now. So this means we don't have any builders, but I'm okay with that. Oop. Clay deposit and small encampment. Small encampment requires 4 vegetables. Do we have any? We do not. And we can welcome the new people or send to the Citadel. The Citadel would give me amber, which will help me with my investigation. But really not in a position to take advantage of any of this nonsense. So, I'll just be patient. I'm also thinking maybe I take a minute here to clear out all the woods that are in the Hearthfire range. That'll slow down my my expansion into different glades and such, but I think it's not a bad idea. We'll wait till we get to the glade before I do any of that, though. Okay, everything's built, so we will turn in woodcutters. And again, the thing is, we don't know what buildings we need to build yet, so I'm okay just leaving it all behind. Although, I should be working on more of the settlement. So, we've got 1 unit of homelessness right now. What's your story? Well, we've got a farm, so that'll help me with vegetables. But I don't actually have a farm proper. Okay, actually, it did occur to me that I also need to worry about the moss broccoli patch. Okay, so we've got some stuff we can pick up still. But we don't have a forager's camp. Okay. So, I'm starting to see where we might want to, where some of our expansion might be coming in. So we can pick up some flax. Okay, well, there's 2 things that I can do. Number 1, we'll build the trading outpost. That's a bad spot for it, actually. This is a better spot. I just don't want it. The ideally, this is going to be in range of the hearth. And I guess the question here is, do I want to... So this is a scavenger. Yeah, so I guess I don't have a harvester's camp right now, so we can afford to build one of those. It's only going to take flax, but that's fine, because that's all I really need right now. Well, yeah, it is a veggie, but I don't have the ability to collect it. I would need a forager's camp for that. So this would be one of the arguments at this point for me to start considering some of these buildings, right? Because these buildings, in theory, would give me either a farm to make grow the veggies, or they would give me a forager's camp to pick the broccoli. Do we okay, yeah. I was wondering why we still had unemployment. Yeah, it's still not clear to me what I really need. The only reason I want this is for the amber, so I can afford to wait for a little bit. Also, we've got the different glades, so I'm going to start painting for the forest clearing. So this is less about me getting oops. Like getting access to new events or anything like this. This is a little bit more about clearing out what's required for sort of habitats and such. So I'm gonna let my workers work on that for a little bit. I might actually make well, I only got 2 extra workers, so I was thinking that maybe I would do an extra logging camp, but I don't know if I have the people for it. Oh, there is one other thing I should be building, which is a crude workstation to make planks. Maybe we can stick that in here temporarily. It's tempting to bring in the new people. But I'm probably going to send to the Citadel for the amber unless I can find something else. And I'm really feeling like it would be better for me to have another wood camp, but it did occur to me I don't have beavers, so even then the gains that I'm going to get from that are not as impressive. So for now we're going to pick up everything we can off the ground, and then maybe later we'll I don't know, we'll turn these into refined goods. It's still early stages, so I'm not quite in panicking. I'm assuming that species are specialized, so beavers are good at logging and whatnot. Yep, so if you mouse over your species, there are species that I've not unlocked yet, but humans are, as it says here, are adept at farming and really enjoy brewing. Beavers are gifted woodworkers and enjoy engineering. And lizards, very resilient and distressful species. They are very good with animals and meat production, and they prefer to work in warm environments due to their cold-blooded nature. So they're actually rather good in bakeries, for instance. So I'm past the elevator pitch here. But what you're seeing here is I win if I get full Queen's Favor, reputation, and I lose if Queen's Impatience gets to the maximum level. So this is kind of the doom counter for this game. There's some other things that are going on, like the hostility of the forest goes up. There's the cycle of, the storms and all of that. There's different resolve levels for my species and all that. I can go into those details a bit later, I suppose. But essentially here, what I'm trying to do is create a viable outpost in time. But the part that's really tricky about this, and the reason why I haven't followed up with picking a new building, is that you have a finite number of buildings. So every one of these little blue pips, I get a new blueprint reward. So you can sort of see it's a bit more forgiving on the settler level. But the big challenge that I'm going to be facing is that I don't really know what refined goods I need for my orders yet. So in about 3 minutes, I'm going to get 2 more orders. And one of the things I really ran into problems with was it wasn't entirely clear to me what I needed moving forward. Now, honestly, I could probably get by with at least my basic buildings for now, but I don't actually really have anybody to work right now. We've got people picking up, they're working the flax fields. I actually don't have people to man the crude workstation at the moment. The one thing that would be kind of nice to get would be the vegetables for the small encampment, because that gets me the amber, which I can then use to turn in the trading post. That incidentally gets me access to another blueprint. But seeing as I don't know if I can get a farm, more importantly, I'm not going to have the humans to work the farm. For the time being, it's actually not a bad idea for me to just chop down more wood so I have the space for all of the, the settler built, the shelters and all of that. Okay, more people. Well, this gives me 4 amber, but it does give me more beavers as opposed to humans and lizards, so I do actually like this. So these people have been sent here by the crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue on to the next settlement. So in this case, because I want better woodworkers, there we go. In theory, now would not be a bad time for me to build this extra logging camp, woodcutters camp. But we don't have the tools for it. Or parts for it, rather. Okay, well, we'll have people to work a crude workstation then. Moving right along, we also want to find shelters for these people. So, for some reason, this tree was not added to the chopping block. It's a little inconvenient, but I think I can make this work. Blow up the road, please. The other thing that's nice is when the trader arrives, maybe I just trade them for the 1 amber, and then I don't need to worry about the... I don't worry about sending it to the Citadel, and I can just welcome the new people. So obviously having more workers can be helpful in its own way. Pick a cornerstone. So we've got rich glades, newly discovered resource nodes have 10 more charges, or over-diligent woodworkers. Some woodworkers just can't stop working, gain 3 barrels for every 10 planks produced. So we're currently not producing planks. It's a tough call because we're actually already on the path for checking out a lot of glades. I'm gonna go rich glades. The logic behind that is just basically as... logic behind this is basically... Ooh, that almost looks like it's going to knock into the dangerous glade. The logic behind this is basically that because we already know we're going to be going into a lot of glades because of the other bonuses. Dropping your iPad in my bed, so it must be bedtime. Enjoy. Hey, no problem, Irrepressible. Thank you very much for stopping by. Sorry if I didn't do a good job of explaining the game, but definitely stop by another stream, and we're going to be playing this for a bit. This is definitely a good one. I'm not too worried about this woodcutters camp. Eventually, I'm going to get it out of the way. Although I do need to sort of figure out. I think I'll probably shift it over to the right just so we can get this little pocket glade, and then I suppose the natural move for this one would be to move it north. And this is actually kind of nice because we're, in this case, we're actually in a position where we can make all of these resources. Okay, so we have a trader. So one thing that I'd like to do if I can, let's get those 4 vegetables that we need. So I don't think we need anything else right now. Oh, and one amber if I can get away with it. But the question is, what do I give up in trade? So parts are my most valuable thing, but parts are what I need to build the buildings that I want. I have a lot of clay. Sentient flame in a bottle. This rare material is used to light the holy flame in hearths. Oh yeah, this. So, I feel like maybe I trade one. Anything, I guess, not too many things that are worth 12, I suspect. It'll do the trick. So, now we can welcome new people in. Remember, this also helps us with solving Glade events. So we just turned in an order as well. And we get to pick 2 more. So we've got advanced trading. So human influx, building a lot of grain is good. So that tells us, okay, we really want to work on farms here. Alternatively, packs of goods are produced 33% faster, +1 production yields to packs of goods. Tempting, but again, these tend to be a bit expensive. So let's do human influx. And then the Crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one, and the rest will go to other settlements. So we can do hubs, have at least 1 hub upgraded to encampment, or sacrifice wood and coal. Okay, so we got to think about how we get coal, but that seems like the more natural one. What I'm not clear about... So it's not that hard to upgrade a hub. Okay, well that really... So for that we get amber, a builder's pack, and a box of tools. This seems like the easier of the 2 to accomplish, so... Okay, so we have a bit more of an idea about what we want to try and do. So, first things first, as long as we need 4 comfort decorations. No, that's too close. So bench barrels, fence corner, pipe. This all has to be in the range of the hearth, so... It's not elegant, but it does the trick. And I also feel like we should have enough for another woodcutter's camp. but I don't have workers for it. Hey, Takri, how you doing? Yeah, we don't have builders. So, let's say... Oh, well, I can move the beavers out, so that's fine. We're going to get a couple new workers anyway, so let's actually put down that... let's put down that woodcutter's camp. So yeah, we'll have 2 workers coming from completing the small encampment. Sorry, we'll have 2 who are currently occupied with the small encampment, and then we'll have 2 that we're gaining from completing the small encampment as well. Okay, so we also probably need to deal with homelessness again. It's actually getting a little cramped here, but we should be able to manage. So I'm going to build a shelter. One there. We will take... Right, we need the beavers there. We'll get the lizards working there. Rolls, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, with the woodcutter's camp being built, I'll get some roads there. But I think at this point, probably we need to start thinking about a farm, maybe? Well, wait, why do I need the farm? We've already got the vegetables. Glade events, great. Right, it's because I wanted grain. The other thing I want to think about is, so part of this, what I might want to be thinking about is who can I make the happiest? So like lizards don't seem to need a whole lot to be made happy, and that'll still help me gain extra resolve. So lizard housing, jerky, skewers. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I know why they require less, because there's also less overlap. They like pies, pickled goods. Brawling, and religion. Okay. The beavers would like 30 reputation, and so would the humans. So the beavers like biscuits and pickled goods. Clothing. Leisure, education, and luxury, which doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Finally, the humans like jerky, biscuits, pies, clothing. Seems like everybody likes pies. 2 of them like clothing, 2 of them like pickled goods, 2 of them like biscuits, 2 of them like jerky. But all of these things definitely point to farms and grain. So let's focus for the next little bit on satisfying some of these needs. So, lumber mill can produce planks, scrolls, pack of trade goods, brickyard, bricks, pottery, crystallized dew. Leather worker produces water skins, fabric, and pack of luxury goods. And the kiln can produce coal, bricks, and jerky. None of these are super important for me right now. I actually think I like the idea of a lumber mill more than anything. Although, with that in mind... Okay, so what is a kiln? Kiln turns 10 wood into 5 coal. And it can make bricks and it can make jerky. Okay, that... maybe not so bad. We don't have oil. We don't have wine. Clay and wood into pottery. That will probably be good for pickled goods. Actually, yeah, come to think of it. Yeah, okay. So maybe being able to make pottery is not a bad idea here. Because again, I can already make planks. Or is there just like a higher cost for the crude workshop? Yeah, 8 to 2. Jesus, that's really expensive. How badly do I want to make pottery, I guess? Let's go for the lumber mill. I actually really like the idea of reducing my the cost for... Thanks. Okay, clothier is tempting because of the clothing requirement for the humans and the okay, what does the seller need? Seller needs berries and pottery. Clothier needs fabric for coats. Nuts. Okay, so I do a most refined good, knowing that I'm going to have to eat through all of my fiber. Rain mill's also tempting because of the ability to... So this will help me make the pies. I'm actually going to go for the rain mill. Thank God. Okay. Small farm gets me the grain. Plantation would have been nice too, but small farm is the thing I know I need. And plantation is nice. Let me just double check I've got... Okay, so we've got the small farm, we've got the lumber mill, we've got the rain mill. So we get flour from the grain. Well, we can't make pies yet, though. Okay. Sorry, I gotta think this through. Plantation's still the right call. But we do need to find more fields. And then we've got the foragers camp, which we kind of needed at one point. I think obviously we want the bakery here, but we can't get herbs, which we need for the biscuits and the pies. But at the very least, we've got a production line we can work with. The most important thing right now, though, is to get this farm up and running. So, we need planks for that. I'm actually going to say screw the crude workstation. Never mind, we need bricks and fabric. So we'll work on those, then we will make the lumber mill. Yeah, we're good. And we've reached encampment, so there we go. We get another blueprint to boot. We need 10 minutes for the next challenge, so that's not going to help us. Clothier. Do I have the ability? So leisure brought. Oh man, the tavern's actually really good for satisfying a bunch of needs. But the clothier gets me coats, but it does satisfy the needs for the. Yeah, we are gonna go for the tavern. Yeah, just so long as I don't say the same thing to work, right? Screw work. Oh, wait a minute. I need that job. Take me back. Okay, so we're gonna need to use a oh, why is everybody sad now? Oh, probably because of the hostility of the forest. Ideally we get another beaver, but I'm happy to just let this let them do their thing. I'm going mad. I did have a lumber mill. It's not, there we go. So the reason why I'm building the lumber mill way out here is that it's so I've got the range of the hearth. So what I'm trying to do here with the hearth is avoid a situation like I'd like to have this all dedicated to housing. What I do need to do though is come up with a slightly better road network. So let's get these built. Yeah, we don't need to get too fancy about it, I guess. I can always just uproot it later. I guess we can do the same thing here. I'm definitely undoing that when the time comes. But yeah, the aim here is really... so right now I'm sort of constrained by workers, right? I've got one human that's kicking around doing all the building. The ideal, of course, is that I'm going to have specialists working on the planks. So what's happening right now is I've got 2 lizards working on the fabric and the bricks that I need to be able to produce the fabric and the bricks that I need to produce the lumber mill. The lumber mill is then going to produce the planks that are required for the small farm. Small farm is going to produce the grain, which is required for the human influx event. Not really related to any of the stuff I was talking about before, but how many of you read Josh Barro? He's a political commentator, used to be the host of Left, Right, and Center. Now is doing his own Substack called, was it Very Serious, I think? Also has a podcast. Substack is paid, but there are free episodes of the podcast, but I tend to retweet him quite a bit, so I don't know if this is the sort of thing that any of you are familiar with. I know Takri might be familiar with Josh Barro. But this is because of my propagandizing. We're gonna run out of biscuits, and that's gonna make the humans sad. So yeah, this was his, like, so I don't want to read the article because this was part of his paid Substack, but he did give a bit of a hint on this topic. Oh, it looks like these guys have actually, so they've cleared out everything that they were committed to. We're at the point where we're going to have to start engaging with some nasty stuff. But for the time being, let's move you up. Let's chomp our way in there. Yeah, there's actually not that much more I can do. Well, that's fine. We'll work with what we got. But yeah. Anyways, so he is. I'll see if I can find the tweet. I've actually deleted. So I feel okay saying this on Twitch. I've actually deleted the Twitter app on my phone, and it's not because I dislike it. I actually use Twitter quite a bit, and I don't really want to be the kind of paranoid. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Like, I'm not a check mark on Twitter. I'm not a like I'm not a meaningful player in this space, right? And I think if the worst comes to pass, like if all the stuff that people are really worried about comes to pass, then yeah, it's gonna suck for me. But like right now, it's I don't know, like okay, so the first thing I'm gonna say, I did talk about this earlier, but not in the stream, but like there is something to be said for the underlying premise that Twitter was poorly managed, because there's obviously a lot of people now who are talking about leaving Twitter, and the fact that there is not an obvious like alternative to it, and everybody's goes, well, what about Mastodon? It's like, I've been on Mastodon for like over a year, possibly 2 years, and it's just like no. And I mean, more importantly, I don't know if anybody knows this, like, you know, for Twitter, one of the drawbacks is that like the DMs are not encrypted, right? So if they want to go running in and like messing around with your or like, you know, if you are really worried that, you know, some advocate for the, you know, the new boss is gonna like go running through your DMs and embarrass you, you know, like, yeah, I mean, that's the worry. I'm not actually that worried about it, right? Like, especially because my Twitter DMs are not that bad. Mastodon, so far as I can tell, as long as you're running a Mastodon shard, you can see everyone's DMs. So there's other worries about Mastodon, I think. But yeah, the big thing on this is that like everybody's been talking about leaving Twitter, but there's no consensus that's formed yet on where to go next. So the fact that they've kind of had this captive audience for so long, and they're only just becoming profitable, and then probably falling out of profitability, probably suggests that the underlying premise that the company was not well run is actually likely true. The thing is that you can say that and also not concede that the current management is very good. I am not at all convinced that you are going to be able to lay off that many people with that short notice and know that you've really identified the people who are adding value and the people who are not. I will, however, say, like, I'm not necessarily a fan of Elon Musk, but I will also say that for, you know, as chaotic as all of the management has been, he does have a track record of companies that have been able to solve difficult problems with this kind of, you know, with this kind of management style. So like, I honestly don't know where Twitter goes from this, but in any case, I wasn't really trying to litigate the pros and cons in this, but there's a tweet that I shared with Takri. So there's a New York Times article, which he helpfully posted the screenshots of. So one product team is working on paid direct messaging, which appears to be focused on very important tweeters or VITs on the network, said two of the people with knowledge of the work, according to the internal documents. According to the product mock-ups seen by the Times, users would be able to send private messages to their favorite celebrities for a nominal fee. A fee structure, which had not been set in stone, could be as little as a few dollars per direct message. In early prototypes, a Twitter user was depicted as sending the musician Post Malone asking the musician Post Malone about his favorite records. Such paid messages would appear in a special area of the direct inbox, and the celebrities would have to choose to receive them. Twitter would most likely take a cut of the fees, according to the documents. So based off of those two quotes, and I hadn't read any of Josh Barro's previous thoughts on this, but his quote or his comment on these were, "This sounds like another feature whose primary use case would be adult content, and I could see it making some money there." And he actually followed up on this with an article on Very Serious, and he actually makes a fairly good case. So I think he makes a fairly good case that Twitter seems to be a bit more friendly to adult content creators. There was actually a team working on it and sort of decided they weren't ready to sort of take the plunge. But the $8 check mark thing that everybody's worried about. So like the thing about this is that the people who currently have check marks are not going to value them for the $8, and more importantly, this isn't going to generate that much money for Twitter. It's something like, I think the estimate somebody'd come up with would be like $144 million, which is a lot of money for you and me, but not a lot for a company like Twitter. But he does make a case here that the $8 a month would be a mandatory age verification method to be able to post or view adult content. And what this means is that the business strategy for revitalizing Twitter would actually be to make it a competitor for OnlyFans, which on its own sounds ridiculous. But it is kind of a hilarious, the article name is "Elon is fumbling towards a hilarious solution to Twitter's money problem, porn." But it is actually, like, if you think about it, right, beyond just the kind of giggling that we always do whenever we think about this sort of stuff, there's a lot of areas on the internet where people don't really feel like they should pay for things, right? So like people feel like articles should be free because for a very long time newspapers would like post free articles as kind of a, I don't know, like a loss leader towards their print, the print side of things. But of course, like the print side of things isn't, like, that's a declining business now. So, like it's, oh, I'm going to turn off the crude workstation now. The argument for, I don't have any beavers I can employ, sadly, but we can start making some planks. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, like the giggling aside, like when you think about the problem of how we are interacting on the internet, like there is actually the problem of the fact that there's a lot of stuff that people don't want to pay for. So like, I'd love to make money off of my articles. I've gotten paid for exactly one of them. But adult content is actually one of the few things that people are willing to pay for. Obviously, there are sites that are more built around giving it away and then making it up on advertising. But that's kind of the weird genius, I guess, of that particular pivot. If Twitter were to go down that route. Now, again, I think that's actually going to happen? Probably not. But I actually think it's a pretty smart article from Josh Barrow. It's actually an oddly timely one, because if you happen to read my stuff, you'll know that I just recently put out an article on game prices, which at least one professional has read and originally said, there's no way that's going to work. Oh, wait, he already knows. Which I like. I generally do like... I don't like provoking for the sake of provoking, but I do like provoking in the service of trying to get people to think differently about a subject. This is not a loyalty test, but out of curiosity, did anybody read that article? And I'm going to go for more humans here. One, because I get the herbs, which will help me make pies. But number two, also because they're good farmers. I can now replace beaver. And how many idle workers? Okay, so I need to build another... Okay, so number one, I think the time has come for me to move this woodcutter's camp. We'll start here. And this road's gonna look a bit... Well, no, okay, that road can stay. I'll just accept that it looks weird. Put a shelter down here. Oh, actually, it's free to move this stuff, so let's say... Okay, so that covers my housing needs for now. That's also a slightly more sane way of doing the paths. Clearly I was not thinking straight. There we go. Okay, so these guys should be making the planks. This should give us a small farm. The small farm will then become... Oh, actually, I should have probably chopped this down so I could make more grain. Scavenger's camp has no deposits nearby. I think we just need to move that one. Yeah, so that's actually good that we're moving it, because we're going to need the space for buildings soon. So let's move you up north. Well, didn't exactly want to move it there, but that's fine. And Stonecutter's camp. That's currently doing something useful, so I don't want to move it. But what I am going to do is I'm going to cut out this road, and I'm going to replace it. So the eventual plan... This is going to cost me 5 to move, so I'm not going to do that. But basically, I'm going to build the shelters sort of back to back like this. That looks really weird, and I don't know why. It looks nice when you do it this way, but when you do it this way, it looks weird. That's fine. I'll still work with this. Okay, cool. So we just go up like this. Basically just trying to work out the roads in advance so I don't have to kind of jerk everything around after the fact. Okay. So that's semi-permanent there. This road is not, but I'm kind of just accepting it because I just don't have that much. I don't really have anywhere else to put this stuff right now, so. You read it. Thank you. But yeah, so like the trick about that article is not like the one way I know that it's easy to be misinterpreted is that I'm not advocating for price discrimination, any price discrimination, perfect or otherwise. But what it is intended to be is sort of a way of sort of provoking people to think a little bit differently about game pricing. Because, of course, most of us are going to experience games as consumers. And, of course, we want it at the lowest price that we can get them. But it's also true that we value variety and we value a number of the things that, doesn't happen unless it's sort of viable to continue making games in the way that we've been getting used to it. And so the effort here was just to try and say, it's like, okay, so to appreciate the problem that a developer is facing, consider that if you were mad about like perfect price discrimination for as a consumer, consider that this is a bit like what the game company is facing right now when they make something for you. Obviously not perfectly, but the idea here is that like there is something of a culture in gaming now where people are just kind of looking for the good deal like on its own, regardless of whether or not they value the game that much or that little. And the problem is that it would be nice if we could say, so why don't we have the planks? I guess because it's not in the main storage yet. But yeah, essentially here it was just kind of I thought a fun little way of trying to push people outside of the obvious side of the discussion. Like again, for me, I want games to be inexpensive, but it's nice to also recognize that in some circumstances it can mean giving something up in order to achieve those low prices. And I think the giving something up side of the equation isn't as always well appreciated. Anyways, you all read the article, so I should just shut up and let it speak for itself. Okay, so that needs a trapper's camp, which we don't have. So that's not as useful to me. The Glade event, so we need vegetables, and we can either send it to the Citadel or we can welcome the new people. Queen's Envoy. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, and you won't be able to change it. So Fungal Guide, ancient mushroom farming techniques are described here. Mushroom production is increased by +1 for every 25 times it's produced. Or Grain Bag, specialized grain farming techniques. Grain production is increased by +1 every 25 times it's produced. Well, obviously we're going for the grain bags because that's going to be the focus of our farm. The tricky part here is I'm trying to figure out if I should split the farm between vegetables and grains for the start, or if I should go all grain from the very beginning. It's not a very big farm. I mostly want to solve this because of the problem solver event. Okay, let's get those humans in there. I think I'm going to get them to focus on grain. We have other opportunities for finishing Glade events, so we'll work with what we've got for now. And I think once those are spoken for, we might want to start thinking about trying some of the dangerous glades. what's your story? So again, we have neither of these. Oh, actually, we're already on our way to a dangerous glade, so that's fine. One thing that I didn't appreciate, just in terms of how much I liked about this. Hang on, are they still planting vegetables? Sure looks like it. I didn't appreciate how nice it is to just listen to the rain. Ah! Doesn't look like there's that much grain being produced. I'm probably not going to produce enough vegetables either. Now this is interesting. The scavengers camp apparently could have picked up some roots, which they didn't. Oh, hang on. No, because my scavengers camp is focusing on something else. Okay, let's take a look at some orders. So, objective, keep beavers resolve above 20 for 60 seconds, or have at least 16 villagers with the need. We definitely can pull that off. And this gives us a crate of vegetables, which is nice. Beavers resolve above 22, or a pack of trade goods. Let's think about that later. Oh, nope, I gotta finish the previous pack. Okay. Yeah, we're sheltered enough. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna let the countdown run, and then we'll unpack the orders. I'm fairly certain we should be able to keep the beavers happy, but again, maybe we don't need to worry about them, is kind of what I'm thinking about here. I'm also really appreciating the difference between having like lots of crude workstations running versus lumber mills. So like clearly 8 wood is a lot to give up for this kind of production. So ideally I'm going to move away from crude workstations, but we'll see. Okay, so more houses taken care of. So, Trapper's Camp for meat, Herb Garden for roots and herbs, Herbalist Camp, or a temple. I actually think the Herb Garden is what I want, although we don't currently have any fertile land. But again, the plan is going to be to make biscuits and pies. So now we can send a couple people to welcome the newcomers. We need more shelter. Where else are we? So I've got 5 free humans. I've also got a free beaver. Okay, well, we can swap one of the lizards for a beaver. So the problem with the bakery is that I'm not making flour yet. Yeah, I'm really counting on having a lot of fertile ground, which I don't. I've got both a plantation and a small farm right now. Do you have anything that makes cloth more effectively? Okay, so we're gonna start producing some bricks and fabric again. So part of that's about building a tavern, and then part of that is going to be building the rain mill. And then if I have anything left over, we'll make a rain collector, because I'm not really sure what that does, but it would be nice to take a look. Zorg the Trader has arrived. Okay. What can they give me? I can buy a bunch of herbs. The question would be, what do I trade for it? I know what I trade for it. Amber. Possibly copper ore as well, but... So that's eventually going to help me with the biscuits and pies, but we'll worry about that later. The reason why I want all that is to keep the different races happy, and that's not the most important thing for me to be doing right now. Like I have other ways of getting the reputation up. Oh, there we go. Speaking of, so we've got cellar for wine, brickyard for bricks, pottery, and crystallized dew, smokehouse for jerky, leather worker for water skins, fabric, and a patch of luxury goods. So I think I said I didn't have a good way of making fabric. Also don't have a good way of making bricks, although we do have a lot of clay. Smokehouse is the most direct way for me to get jerky. So I think I'm split between the brickyard, the smokehouse, and the leather worker. So the leather worker gives up 3 plant fibers for 2 fabric. That's really all it's good for. Now the problem here is we have some meat, but we don't have insects. We also don't have a way of getting insects. Then the alternative is meat, but again, we don't have a regular way of getting meat. Pottery is something we can get, but... in the brickyard, 3 clay wood for pottery, 3 clay for 2 bricks. I mean, all tempting stuff. I gotta pick one of these, so... I'm slightly more inclined to the smokehouse right now. Okay, so what am I trying to do here? Eventually I want to build a tavern, still don't have the fabric for it. I want to can build a rain mill now if I want. Yeah, let's build that rain mill. It's getting really cramped in there. This seems nice and open, though. Okay. So right now, all I can really do is just try and make more grain. I'm wondering if maybe I should be moving the woodcutters camp so that I can clear out some more farmland. Humans and beavers. Well, actually, I can work with both. So we've got beavers in the lumber mill, right? Oh, nope. I'm actually going to turn off the flower. Oh no, did I already get rid of it? Please tell me that didn't throw it away. Okay, good. It's back to the storage. Yeah, so the thing that's weird for me here is that I'm not really sure... Well, I guess I'm getting the space for the shelters. This one, it's not really clear what they're contributing right now, so I either need to head to these deadly... Yeah, you know what? Let's go to the scary place. Oh, and we've got more homelessness. So I obviously don't know how to plan. Oh, actually, we need 2 more shelters. I don't know why I prefer it facing the hearth as opposed to the road. I just do. So I'm gonna bet they can be just as useful on this side of the map. So a very small risk that we unlock 2 of these. The Stonecutters camp, it might have to be dismantled. Yeah, so now, right now, we don't have anything in the Stonecutters camp that's helpful. So we will demolish that for now. That also helps us a little bit with the city planning. So kind of a waste of resources, but we might as well rip the band-aid off here. Put down the path proper. And then I can sort of clean up. Yeah, it'll do for now. Now, how much are we looking at for... You know what? I think maybe we turn off the crude workstation for now. Okay, so let's think about some of the needs that I have. Eventually I want to build a tavern. Oh, let's deal with the new arrivals first. So you can get 3 humans or 3... Okay, I'm not crazy about the fact that they're gonna consume the coats and then they're just kind of gone. But I do like the idea of more humans because I'm doing more farming. We also have another cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. Every 2 newly solved dangerous and forbidden events lower hostility by 50, or extraction tools. A set of specialized tools made to extract artifacts. Gain 1 artifact, a citadel resource for every 2 dangerous and forbidden glade events solved. Oh man. Let's go for the extraction tools. It's gonna make my life difficult, but... Oh, the tavern needs 4 fabric, so we should probably turn this thing back on. I did say I was going to build a rain collector at some point, too. I actually really don't know what the rain collector does, but we might as well take a look. Yeah, so honestly, at this point, we wait. We support the city that we have. I could probably stand to find some more jobs for my people. Okay, so what's the story here? Can produce spark dew and wine. And apparently I just get that for free? Huh. I definitely should have been building these much earlier. In fact, arguably, Scavenger's Camp has no deposits nearby. Let's just see if we can move them. So normally when you move these things, it'll tell you if there's something nearby. Yeah, so there's roots. So we'll flip you around. Guess we'll extend the path a little bit. I do need to properly work out these paths. Oh, our first dangerous glade. A forbidden glade. Rain Spirit Totem. A totem built by fishmen. It appears to affect the weather, making it rain heavier. So if I don't solve it in 10 minutes, we get flooding and a curse of weakness. We need to give them 10 resin, and while we do it, the hostility of the forest is temporarily increased. We can convert the Rain Totem. Rain Spirit Totem cleansed by the Holy Flame. Hostility is decreased by 50, or I can get a box of pottery and a bundle of scrolls. I think converting is the way to go here. So we'll get a couple of the lizard people on that. And while we're at it, I do like the idea of sending the tools to the Citadel. Do we have enough? Yes, we do. Again, it'd be super nice to, to get all of these. But I do like the idea of send to the Citadel, especially because the amber lets me trade. Actually, we got another one of those. We probably don't have the tools for it, though. So weirdly enough, my goal right now is to find more fields, which is kind of... We had a surplus of those last time. That is so weird. I feel like I should actually make a bunch more of these. Because it's all trade... Basically, that's a bunch of trade goods for me. So we need 3 for the... Well, we've already got 3 taken care of. Oh my god! Okay, so one of these is a threat. I want to work with that. So, ominous whispers, a strange voice can be heard in the sealed vault. All woodcutters and gatherers get -12 to resolve. We want to send that to the Citadel. But yeah, that's all. So, I'm really sticking it to the workers right now, but... okay, so... 3 people who are occupied. Now, there's going to be other things that we can do. So this thing... okay, that's the one we're working on right now. This will require wooden bricks to either make an apothecary or convert it into resources. Rebuilding's probably the right answer here. Haunted Beaver House, we need 40 spark dew. And we can get... oh, neat. Okay, so that actually is a luxury for the beavers, so I think that's a good idea. And if we want the lumber mill... It couldn't hurt, right? Although we already have a lumber mill, so maybe we just scrap it. Okay, one way or the other, I've still got 7 workers kind of idle right now, and I'm not necessarily going to use all of them. But I figure we can just do 2 of the water. Or rain collectors. So I would have, if I'm honest, I would have preferred to have a little bit more that I could send back to the Citadel. But we're doing okay. Let's just keep assigning people. Even if they're not like ideal workers for this, we're generating more than... We're generating more than what we would normally expect. I think the time has come to move these guys up a bit. This is done in 2 seconds, then the hostility goes back down. Nice. And what are we sitting on? We do have the tools, so let's send you to the Citadel.
Hey, mira.
Ah, nice. We've also got a few more things to pick up, so... Yeah, so apparently we went all the way back down to 0. That might have been a time for me to like try doing the... Oh, actually, I'll probably put down the tavern. I don't think the tavern needs to be near the hearth. I don't necessarily want to block the path to everything, though. Yeah, we'll stick you in the corner here. Mind you, we do have a nice little village starting up here. Ah, no, we'll put it on the edge of everything. Okay, more orders. Oh wow, we've got a ton we haven't touched. Okay. Beaver Resolve or pack of trade goods. I kind of feel like we've avoided... I think in this case we're going to have to try and make the beavers happy. Lizards Resolve. Man. No, serving ale is easier for us to do. We're going to build a tavern. Spark Dew and goods sold. Ugh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the goods sold, but I also don't think we're going to be able to do pack of crops and provisions. So this is the more likely of the two. Brawling, yeah. Sorry, every once in a while, I think it's just when I get tired, I get kind of a shimmer. I always keep thinking the proper term for this is optical migraine, but it's definitely not painful. I'm having one of those right now, so it actually makes things a little hard for me to see. But for the most part, I think we'll be fine for the level. Oh, I have more farmland. But if it feels like I'm phoning it in on a couple of those items, it's actually because I couldn't really read them that well. So remember, we're trying to do the forbidden areas because they get us these artifacts. Okay, so this is the threat. But the threat is just -12 to resolve, and impatience grows 100% faster for 330. Well, that's why we send stuff to the Citadel, right? Oh, this is nice. This is also a rather nice field, so I think actually we might move the farm and this might become something for the herbs instead. I think we can also turn off the crude workstation. Pretty happy that I'm able to move this thing. I've currently got 7 people unemployed, which makes me feel a bit weird. Oh, right, because... So I may switch these guys out for, what was I trying to say? For the bakery when the time comes, but we're not making any grain for it. Oh, hey, we can turn in the human influx. Nice. So, we don't need the herbalist count. Skewers would be nice to keep the lizards happy, but we actually want to keep the beavers happy now. So they like pickled goods, biscuits, leisure, clothing. These aren't really helping us all that much. Arguably, the camp is more useful to me. But at least this gets me pickled goods, even if they're not, like, the most efficient. So, I don't have to use the brewery, I suppose. The priority here is going to be grain again. Now, eventually what we're going to do is we'll demolish this farm and use this for... Oh yeah, actually, I guess we should do that now. So let's demolish you. And then that way I'm going to be able to build the bakery. It's kind of, I sort of went out to lunch on this. I definitely should have built this a lot earlier. Hey Beepo, how you doing? This one? I think this is Dragon. Although you're right, the back is very turtle-like. Slept horrible. Well, actually, let's verify. Maybe it's a dragon-looking. No, that's very turtle-like. It's just the smoke that made me. It's probably more turtle than dragon. Okay, so now we've hit the beaver resolve. I think we're gonna lose it, unfortunately. I'd love it if we didn't, but I just don't see how we get around this. Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm in mild discomfort right now, but not for any, like... Not for any good reason. Okay, well... It's a little late for me to try this, but let's try and clear out the haunted beef. Wait, hang on. Do we have the spark due? I mean, we do need it for trade and industry, but we can always get more. So let's rebuild the house. Oh Jesus, -3 to global. This is definitely gonna lose me the beavers. Grab what we can out of this, and I don't think we have the tools. But I guess I don't have anybody to build a shelter there, so let's still run with it. Oh, nope, that doesn't work. We need to build the herb garden. It's more of a city builder production kind of game, Beepo the Bear. Why is the tile? Can you bargain? I'm not quite sure I follow Beepo. So I still want to clear out a couple more of these tiles if I can. Okay, so we did lose a beaver. That was a woodcutter, so we'll probably have to lose someone in the lumber mill. Which is like a shame, but not it's not like the end of the world. And Old Farluff has arrived. So one of the big priorities right now is to see if I can clear out a few more of these little events, so we can get some more Queen's Grace. So 8 simple tools there and 8 there. So I think we need a total of 16 simple tools. It's another haunted beaver house, so we'll also try and clear that out. And we've got 20 amber waiting to get collected, so that's also in our favor. But yes, unless I get other information... Oh, Jesus, I need humans yesterday. Okay, I gotta think about how I'm going about this. So... let's get rid of humans there. Put them in the farm. I've got somebody working on homelessness. Also, we can collect some eggs, but again, everybody's sort of occupied. Well, this is the point maybe we start ditching the rain collectors. Oh god, yes. Okay. So, beaver to work there. We're going to have humans running around building everything before we work on anything else. Beavers will be kept happy by rebuilding these things. So yeah, even though it kills our global resolve, let's get this out of the way. We've got people working on grains. I'm hoping we get to plant the crops in time. Only remaining thing I'm concerned about is we've got these I don't think we have a scavenger camp anymore. Nope, we do. They're picking up roots right now. I did answer already, yes. Do you need me to repeat? There are 3 species, lizards, beavers, and humans. And there is a trading component to it. So I'm going to try and buy some tools if I can. Jesus Christ. Oh, but no, we're still able to afford that. I don't know if that counts. That should. We don't have a lot of refined goods, do we? Just trying to think if I need any of these other things. Might be nice to have simple tools in reserve. So I've got 78 points left. You get 1 fabric out of that. We're also out of clay, but we like mined more than we're ever gonna need, so. Yep, that's as good as I got. And now we need to rebuild our Spark Dew. But yeah, so this is more of a roguelike city builder than a trading game, but there is a trading component to it, as you've just seen. So, and it does actually sometimes become an objective for you to complete. It just occurred to me maybe we should send people out to do these events. Should probably get better track of where all my people are and what they're doing right now. Oh yeah, that's right, we're getting them to... Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was so bad of me. We need 40 Spark Dew, and this is just going to give us 30 -3 global resolve. Okay, cancel. No, that's still active. Okay. Oh, no, cancel. Okay, cool. So that frees up those workers. Let's hand this in. I'll worry about the blueprint later. And then let's get them working on Spark Dew. Okay, so that was almost a complete disaster. So we got people planting crops, which is good. What's the deal here with the... Oh, right, we don't have anybody working slots. Crap. Okay, we'll get 1 human to do everything. And more workers. So the amber's probably more welcome, and we don't need as many people as I thought. So that is a little weird to me. Oh, we don't have ale. So we need training gear and ale for this to actually be useful. Ah! Okay, that's good for me to know because I'll pick a new building based on that probably. Okay, moving right along. Let's finish... Okay, so this thing's being worked on. We don't have the rain for this. I want to make sure all the woodcutters' camps are using beavers. Lumber mill's using beavers. So we've got sort of a surplus of workers right now. Pick another cornerstone. Exploration contract. Royal Academy wants a detailed map of the region. Will supply anyone willing to help. Gain 20 reed and 20 clay for every discovered glade. Or spices. Urban root production is increased by +1 for every 75 biscuits produced. This is a longer term investment, but that is actually something good for me. Okay, let's get people working in these rain collectors. So, turns out if you're good at industry, you get some nice bonuses for this. So, okay, so our rain collectors are taken care of. We got humans working the fields, which is good. Theoretically, I could put another... So we got 5 people out in the open not doing anything right now. So I think the first thing I'll do is put down one of those stonecutter camps. The funny thing is, if I can solve the Beaver's Resolve, the Brawling, or the Leisure, any of those are actually going to win me this scenario. Okay, so these are going to help me with the Sea Marrow. And I'm debating as to whether or not I want to put down another scavenger's camp for the Stormbird nest. Oh, well, I have a brewery, so I guess I need to start brewing stuff. So this is actually a good one. So if we use eggs in the pies, and we use herbs in the biscuits, that just makes our grain, makes our flour last a lot longer. So let's risk producing this stuff. So the beavers are going to be happy with beaver housing, biscuits, pickled goods, which I probably can't do. Oh god, yeah, we're going to have some massive demands on our grain, and I just don't think we're going to be able to support it. But that's fine. And again, I do want to get the eggs taken out. Well, but we've already got people scavenging. Nah, it's still worth building that camp. But I also think we need to start chopping down trees and getting to more scary places. So we move you closer. And we move you closer here. And now we see what we can get. Vanguard Master, Twitch has failed you again. It didn't notify you when it went live till 4 hours later. Well, the good news is I'm going an hour later. In fact, if I'm up till 3:30, then I can talk to the person I edited the video for. Okay, we can produce coats. This is a tough call, actually, because I feel like it would be nicer to have a more efficient way of producing fabric. We don't have a lot of fabric right now. Let's do our best. I'm running out of room for my industry. I think this will have to do. Okay, so what are we looking at? We've gotten Citadel points. So yeah, as long as we can get the Beaver's Resolve taken care of. That's going to be one we really want to, like, really make sure we have our ducks in a row for that. It'll be really helpful if we can get the Spark Dew. Good news is we're actually going to start the we're going to get the Purified Beaver House pretty soon. Apothecary's sort of useless to me right now. Oh, but they're going to make incense. Has to be built in a hearth. Okay, well. Small price to pay for better accommodations. Oh, wow. It's 6 residents. That's so close to where we need the Beaver Resolve, but we also have a storm coming up soon. So how long do I need the Beaver Resolve? I think I'm just going to let them... I think I'll let them roll with what they've got. Okay, and we need fabric, so... Let's get a couple lizards working. Actually, it's probably better to have humans working there right now. Don't need the fabric again. Well, I mean, I guess we can clean out our plant fiber. I guess it depends on whether or not we get... I'm not sure. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Get these guys clearing this out. Glade event resolved. Okay, great. Let's find out how hosed we are. Clan Hall, Brawling Religion, place where villagers can fulfill luxury. Lizard House will make lizards happy. Lizards generally don't need that much to be happy. I'm going to start building lizard houses and hope that I can sort of get knocked over the edge to my top reputation. Okay. What am I going to do here? So I need to satisfy Brawling or Leisure. Leisure gets solved with Ale. Ale gets built by... Pottery. Crap. Okay, so we're going to worry about barrels instead. We don't have the grain. Humans are good at brewing beer. Okay, so none of the grain goes to the rain mill right now, which means the bakery is basically going to be idle, but that's fine. We are going to collect as much rainwater as we can. We need 40, and then we finish the haunted beaver house. Yeah, we need 22 beaver resolve. We're close, but I'm trying to angle things in such a way that we... What's the deal here? No suitable resource deposits. Am I a complete idiot? Jesus. Yeah, I also want to build the lizard district, so let's get to work on that. So lizard house requires bricks and fabric. We're so doomed. Okay, let's just chop up all the available fiber. So I need 7 lizard houses to keep them happy. So the reason why I want to try and keep the lizards happy in this case is if I get the ticking reputation bonus from getting them up to 15, which is going to come from having a good... this is just Settler, I the Ghost. There's an achievement for doing a... Was it Queen's Woodlands on Settler? I did do Pioneer as my first one. That actually went surprisingly well. But right now, the big advantage to this one is just the villagers consume less. That's really helping me out as far as the brewery is concerned, because I don't need to be making my pies as much. Okay, so I suppose at this point here, if I think I can get out of the storm in time... I think I misjudged the order of events. See McLaugh, thank you very much for the sub. I'm just trying to think, if I go... So Leisure's going to be hard to satisfy. Like, I basically need to either get the beavers resolve up for, I can't even remember how long, 60 seconds. So if I can get those 2 extra points within the next 2 minutes, I win. And if I don't, then I really blow it. But I guess that means that I start making pie. Yeah, okay, so I don't have a good way of navigating that right now. I am going to wait for the 40 spark due. Oh. Maybe it will be a moot point. Oh, the Weaver's great. That actually tells me to knock it off at the crude workstation for a bit. Oh my god, did I tell them to make planks? No. I guess we need bricks still, but pretty sure we've already killed all my fiber, but it feels a bit better that we're... I don't know. It feels good that we're not being as wasteful as we used to. I'm going to need to trade for tools, although, again, I could trade anything for the 12 tools and we'll be able to win the level. We do, however, get more artifacts by completing the danger events, and I'm pretty sure we have enough resin. Oh yeah, and then we send that to the Citadel and we win. So that's not too... Yeah, this is basically we're just going through the motions at this point. So we'll assign a couple of trusty humans, send it to the Citadel. And the rest really doesn't matter, but we will... Hey, we're also making the lizards get us some ticking resolve from the reputation. I actually kind of want to win because of this, because I believe we do get another artifact for it. Yeah, so if this had to go on a bit longer, the big challenge that I would run into are the competing goals of brewing ale and sort of baking the pies and such. I think probably I would abandon the ale because those require barrels, and I turn down the cornerstone or whatever. Oh. Let's deal with the totems. I turned down the cornerstone that would give me barrels for making planks. That actually turned out to be a bad option because I had quite a few lumber mills that I was, had the option to have a few lumber mills, and certainly no shortage of wood to work with. But that's life. I mean, that's one of the things I've enjoyed about this game so far, is that the production system is not so difficult to learn. Like, basically, I really screwed up that first map, but we were obviously able to get our way out of it, which felt good. So there's definitely some tricks to learn, but it's not so impenetrable that you kind of feel hopeless on your way in. Okay, let's try and make the beavers happy.
Ekiru.
I'm pretty sure we don't have the tools. 5, yeah. Well, even if this does make the beavers happy, it's gonna be too late. We'll be in a storm. Yeah, so I guess this is one of the things that I can say. Yeah, we're gonna win before the event's done. Oh no, nope, they lost their resolve. I'm assuming because of this event. What was I gonna say? Yeah, one of the things that's really pleasantly surprising about this is how like there's a nice amount of depth to it, but it's not an overwhelming amount. And I'm kind of interesting now that I'm sort of out of the tutorial. I'm kind of curious how the blight storms wind up working. But this whole little like there's actually just something I never would have expected this, even though technically this is where Industries of Titan is going now. But this idea of this very temporary look at a city builder is I think that's something that sort of surprised me about how well this works. I'm trying to think of other examples of games like this, because like when I think of Surviving Mars or City Skylines or the other sort of sims that I build, even like RimWorld, you have this idea of permanence. I know for like Dwarf Fortress, there's a culture of like losing is fun, so I suppose in that sense there's this idea of a temporary settlement that is inevitably going to get destroyed. It sort of feels like with RimWorld, though, you're still doing like a longer term kind of a settlement. At least as far as I've played it. Like I've not played that much RimWorld. But this thing, it is kind of neat. Like just especially the idea of like the Queen's impatience, just like driving you to take certain actions and like get on with it. I actually think that probably works really well for me because it's like when I play in a real-time strategy game, right? Like especially in multiplayer, like sometimes you'll play a game like StarCraft as a city builder. You'll build your nice big base, and then if you're doing that in multiplayer, someone just comes in with, you know, weaponry that you can't even imagine building for another hour and a half based on the way that you play. And there's a reason games are designed that way, right? It's actually not that enjoyable to be in a, 60 to 90 minute grind because, in a 1v1, half of the participants are going to lose, and it's a lot better to lose fast than it is to lose after just this, death march of a run. Obviously, this isn't a multiplayer game, but it's neat, and it's unexpected to have sort of a fire under you as you do a city builder or a sim. Okay, so they want me to do 2 dangerous glades and solve a glade event, or 14 leisure. Actually, oddly enough, if we do that once, we can do that twice, but this is the easier of the 2 objectives for us. And have at least 16 beavers for 30 seconds, or have 10 simple... Yeah, we'll save this one. Beaver majority is going to be very easy for us to handle. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure the lizards will get their resolve back. Yeah, I don't think they'll fall to -1 within a minute and a half. It might get lower because of this event, but that's done in 45 seconds. But this one's not done in 45 seconds. We might be in for a bumpy ride. We'll see. Yeah, I'm actually more worried about the beavers losing heart now. 1 minute. Although 2 seconds before the fisherman traps are done. And it's done. So we did unlock another dangerous glade, but we don't need to go too much further on that. I don't remember asking to be told how to play this game. The village's position is secured. You can now choose to leave or continue to play on this map, but additional deeds won't be completed, and you will not earn any more experience points or citadel resources. So, not the greatest food rewards. I'm hoping that we get something nice from the deed, which was first real expedition. Win the game in the biome Royal Woodlands, and on the difficulty Settler or higher. We also got orders from the Queen. Complete 10 orders. The Patient Queen. Don't let the Queen's impatience grow above 6 in a single game. Rolling in wealth. Trade goods worth 200 amber. Dice with Death, win a game with 1 dangerous glade event standing. Dice with Death 2, win a game with 2 dangerous glade events standing. I suspect we probably lost an artifact for that, but... and we get half rewards because we played as a settler, but that's fine. 50 for a win, 120 for a reputation. 110 for impatience left, 18 for 7 orders completed, 9 for regular events solved, 20 for dangerous events solved. I have a feeling that probably I am going to the dangerous events too late. Because of the, I don't know, like, they inconvenience me, but I've never really felt like I'm in a position where I'm like, oh god, like, what are we gonna do with this, right? 25 for Kind Soul, 15 for Slight Smile. Actually, I don't know what that one is. Impatience didn't reach 6 points throughout the game. Rider of the Storm finished before year 6. Town finished with at least 40 villagers. And Entrepreneur game finished with 50 amber. Can't remember if we got that last time, but we're going to go back to the world map. We will upgrade the Citadel, and then I think I'm going to call that for the evening. So the plan was going to be probably to go to the marshlands next. I am still online, Chunky Man Gamer, although I'm getting ready to wrap up. Sorry, I said Citadel, Smoldering City. I'm probably just gonna turn in some of the rewards that I have and then call it an evening. Although if I stay up for another half hour, again, I get to talk to the person whose video I prepared. And actually, I have to stay up a half hour because I haven't written yet. But let's go to the Smoldering City, and then we'll sort of do a debrief, and then we will say our goodbyes. Okay, first real expedition. 50 experience points. Was it worth it? I don't know, but... Orders from the Queen. Another 50 points. Patient Queen. New Citadel upgrades. Harpy. Fundamental upgrade. Harpies are a noble and fragile species with a primal aggressive side to them. They excel at alchemy and love to work with cloth. Smelter can produce copper bars, crystallized dew, and biscuits. A bathhouse, a place where villagers can fulfill the needs for cleanliness. Passive effects, regular baths, good health. I have a feeling probably harpies like to be clean. Cooperage can produce barrels, training gear, and cosmetics. Yes, the combined barrel maker and spear side hustle, I guess. Tanning racks, +2 to leather production, gain additional leather every yield. And generous gifts, wealthy settlements attract wealthy settlers. Newcomers bring 40% more goods for every gained hub level. Oh man, this stuff really stacks on top of each other in a nice way. I'm debating as to whether or not I should sit down with like a big pad of paper and like work out all the different relationships that I know, or to play it by ear, because again, even though we started with a really messed up save tonight, we've always been able to work a way out, either through trade or through or just through other means. Okay, rolling wealth, trade for 200 amber. There's no way we're going to get to the next level with this, but that was Dice with Death 1, Dice with Death 2. This one we get a signboard, in a game in 5 years or less. And we've got the Homesick achievement. Okay, so likely the next one we'll get our first steps. I actually don't know what happens if you lose. I suspect there is a... there's probably some experience amount that you get. But let's see what upgrades we can get. So, oh my goodness. So we're one off from Monastery of the Vigilant Flame. Production speed's tempting. But that requires 3 artifacts anyway, so we wouldn't get it. So I guess originally the reason why we were 1 point away from Pioneer's Gate, I guess the question is, do I want that extra embark point? Now, I guess the thing that's nice about that, because I did Settler, I had 1 extra point, and it was kind of helpful to have those raw resources at the start. So, and walking speed's never a bad thing to have. The flip side to it is like, well, I'm, 1 food resource away from some of these other things, right? So I feel like the embark options are not, like, they're temporary, right? They're good for starting you off, but I don't want to rely on them. Dim Square, on the other hand, we can establish trade route. I really wish I understood a little bit more about how this worked. I can always check the atlas. I would probably decide... If I had 24, I'd probably look this up. But I think in this case here, let's do Pioneer's Gate, because that was originally where we went. Cool. So, I guess based on this spacing, so the funny thing is that, like, it's nice that they say this bar shows the time left before the next blight storm comes, and obviously if we look at it, we're about a quarter of the way with 2 settlements. So, potentially we could make, somewhere between 6 to 8 before the blight storm comes. Oh, interesting. Fertile grounds. Now, I guess we wouldn't be getting the food. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if there's a way that we can balance this all out. What I'll likely do is go to the marshlands for the next mission. I won't set it up now because I do actually need to wrap up for tonight. We'll probably go to the marshlands next so I can see what it's like for that biome, and then probably we'll mess around in the coral forest next. Now, it is neat to see these different settlements just kind of sitting there like this. But I'm curious if there's other interactions I can have with them. Because obviously putting them too close means that your rewards go down. But there's also limits in terms of how far you can head out. So, like, one of the questions I might have now is, so let's say we do 6 cities, right? So we've got 2 here, 3, 4... 5. I'm pretty sure with 6 we're still going to have a situation where we're sort of eating one of the hexes of another city. Although it seems like if you go close to the smoldering city, it doesn't count for reducing your number. So you seem to get the same amount if you sort of hug the mountain as if you move out. So, but yeah, I feel like if we go any higher than 6, we're probably going to start. We're going to start sort of creeping in on some of the other closer settlements. Maybe not. We'll see how it turns out. But, like I said, I think we're done for tonight. Again, thank you to Hooded Horse for the key for this. This is a very, very enjoyable game. Let's actually take a quick look at the roadmap, because we're a bit... I think there's a little bit more that we know about the game now. So, 5th playable species, metal and mining branch evolution, new buildings, new decorations, tutorial improvements, new glade events, light rot system evolution. Now, we haven't tried the higher difficulties, which would bring in blight rot. And I need to decide, like, there's a side of me that says we complete a cycle and then maybe we try the higher difficulties from that. And then there's another one that says, are you really that scared of losing? And we try and bite off more than we can chew. I'm really not sure, where I'm going to go with that. But I guess we can figure it out as we play. New modifiers, new system, UI, UX improvements, Scarlet Orchard, unique biome mechanic, new perks, new orders, Twitch integration, and community requested features. The roadmap is not exhaustive and subject to change based on various factors. We release new updates every 2 weeks. Learn more at ermitegames.com/ATS roadmap. And for those of you, there is a Discord. And then for those of you who are inclined to go on the Twitters, Ermite Games has a Twitter account, as does Hooded Horse. So let's find out who on earth is still online. God, I actually feel really tired now, so writing's going to be a bit of a chore. That's fine, though. That's just dedication. Okay, nobody I know is online, but let's see if we can maybe find someone who's doing Against the Storm. Nobody. Well, Will Shand is still online, so let's get... it is what it is, Allgrins. I mean, I may have an opportunity coming up for another job anyway. I have another lesser opportunity in my back pocket, which if I just feel too frustrated with my existing employer, I'm fairly certain I can move to another place pretty quickly. So I'm lucky enough that I have options, and it's always... So one thing... Yeah. No, I had really bad... Like, basically, Chunky Man Gamer, like, at my workplace, I've been working towards a promotion for a few years, and there are a number of really... I feel stupid and bureaucratic reasons why that has not happened. And then I finally got the okay. Like, I didn't just do okay. I knocked it out of the park. I was like, I said it on this, like, for this last one, I was like, if I don't get it out of this, it is because they genuinely hate me, and I am an idiot for staying here. And sure enough, like, I impressed everyone, but they've been dragging their feet so much that the last couple of days ago, or so, like, within the last couple of days, they said I would get the promotion, and then it's like, oh, there's a hiring freeze, so we can't give that to you now. And my position is like, I have been delivering for years. The fact that you wanted to do this whole acting nonsense and drag your feet on this is your decision, not mine. Make me happy until then. Now, obviously, that's not the way you talk to people when you want to get stuff. But, it's a trick. Don't believe. That's the same for me at USFDA. Yeah. So, like, I'm working something that I consider to be a perfectly reasonable plan that addresses the employer's concerns while also locking them in to, granting me the thing that I need, frankly. Because, like, the video I was struggling with is because I did not upgrade my computer last year. And I did not upgrade my computer last year because, again, the promotion thing didn't come through. I want to be responsible with money. And particularly, it's nice to have the option to basically tell the job to take a hike. And if you're indebted, you have less of a chance of doing that, right? But yeah, so this time around, it's like, no. Like, this is entirely your call here. You guys blew it. And I understand that you may have higher orders that are keeping you from doing that, but like, frankly, I've done my side of the equation here. Yeah. So, again, I've got the plan. And again, like the one thing that I've learned from my writing and also just some of the stuff that actually, so I noticed when I went to the UK, they asked me, are all Canadians as apologetic as you? And the answer is probably no, because the one thing that I've found over time is that every time I want to take a bow on something, there's usually one jackass in the background who wants to do the like, it's not that good, or oh, you didn't do this little thing over here. And like this always happens, right? Like I think I tried doing a Unity thing once, and I was trying to explain, God, what was it? It was like a byte or something like that. Anyways, I did a simple like off by one error, right? Like, so I don't think I included the zero, so I think it was supposed to say like 125 instead of 126 or whatever the number was. I can't remember exactly what the data type I was working with. And like there's just always one guy in the back to always make sure that that was the thing that was being talked about. I was like, okay, great, thank you so much. Instead of talking about this somewhat complicated thing that I wanted to talk about, now we'll go over off by one errors and like my, why I'm such an idiot for, for making an error so common that they have a name for it, right? And what I've found is that a lot of my writing tends to be longer, trying to address the like pee under the mattress group. And I'm really not sure what it's supposed to be. But yeah, anyways, what this is translated into is just in general, like I'm less willing to take a bow on stuff than I am, and there's always the worry of sounding conceited. But with that in mind, it's also fair to say, in addition to having a few other options, which are obviously not such blindingly good, they're not such blindingly good ones that I've just jumped and taken them already. But if I get sufficiently pissed off, I have places I can go. And then the other fact of the matter is, I do know I'm good at what I do. In fact, there is a particular set of skills that I have, which I happen to know are very rare in the field that I do. And so, I'm not going to turn into a Dunning-Kruger candidate. There's always something new to learn. There are always better ways to do things, and you want to keep an open mind. Like, one thing I will say that's not a good feature of my workplace right now is that the talent pool's pretty shallow. And so it is difficult actually to find people sort of to get the competitive spirit up and to try and, feel like you need to bring your A game to the meetings and stuff like that. It's actually one of my biggest complaints about work. And not like, I don't bring this up at work, but like, one of the things that leads to a higher level of dissatisfaction is the fact that I do actually need to expend some energy to make sure that I'm sort of doing 100%. Yeah, I'm an economist. Yeah, I don't my actual job title is economist. There's enough in econometrics that like that there's enough kind of crossover between it. Like econometrics does have a particular set of things that you do that I think would make statisticians very cranky. But obviously you need to make adjustments to try and deal with the fact that you're dealing with human beings and you don't get to have perfect randomized samples and stuff like that. Why don't you try and get a job in a drug company? Oh, dang. Yeah, I'll take that. Actually, it's funny because I saw a posting. They were looking for a SaaS programmer for a pharma company. It was like a really basic level. It was a part-time thing that they were looking for. And the only reason I didn't apply for it was they wanted you to have your SaaS certification. And I know how to do, like, I know how to do SaaS, but um, I don't actually have my papers for it. Yeah, no, you're right. I should apply for it, especially too, right? Because like, if nothing else, applying for stuff, I just get to feel it's great. I'm like king for a day, and everybody gets to court me. So, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. Like I said, I didn't want it to be didn't want to be too. Again, it's intolerable to hear people who are full of themselves, but it is actually fair to say I do know, at least in a very narrow set of things that I do, it's hard to find people who know this particular set of things that I do well at work. And so, like, even if I didn't like the prospects in front of me right now, I do sort of know, unless it's a uniquely bad job market, it'll suck to do the job search, but I should be able to land reasonably well. And there are a few people in games who do actually occasionally, drop me a couple of data things. The thing is, it's a lot of entry-level positions, and I'm probably... I mean, if I really wanted to do gaming, I'm not above doing entry-level stuff, but the thing is that I also know I'd be really frustrated in entry-level stuff because they're usually just looking for you to do summary statistics, and it's like, essentially they want you to learn SQL, and I'm like, okay, I know SQL, like... Can you just give me the higher level? That's actually one of the reasons I didn't take the Ubisoft job. They started off as like senior analyst, and then I think they changed their mind and they retitled the position, and I'm like, well, let's see where this goes. And then I saw what the pay was, and I'm like, no. Just go into more advanced stuff. Yeah, that's why I didn't take the Ubisoft job. Because, again, like, I don't want to trade one set of dissatisfaction for another, especially because, like, the reason I did the Panda stuff that I showed you, you in chat, is I already feel in danger that some of my skills are atrophying in my current position. So going for a junior position is only going to aggravate that feeling. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I gotta drop the economics and just go into biotech. Really? People always keep sending me. So like the last email I got from someone who's a name in games, was a data position, and then the immediate follow-up, oh sorry, it's entry level, don't apply to that. They were like, use Chunky Man Gamer. Is there something you're specifically looking to get into, Loki? Yeah, by the way, guys, sorry, I have wrapped up for tonight. I'm gonna host W Shan, but it's interesting to chat on this stuff. But are you specifically looking for gaming stuff, Loki? And if you are, what position are you looking for? Because it may just be that the titles are different. The other one I was thinking of is I noticed that so New York just passed legislation to show, not data like you though. Yeah, what positions are you looking for? It's not a big deal if it's not data. It's just because like a couple of the developers whose stuff that I cover, they have their career site on that, and I know that they were hiring, so I always try to like highlight that stuff whenever I see it. So, and then another one of the guys that I host, Brian on the Rocks, he works at Respawn, but he also works as a instructor for games. And then Valiant Cheese is another game developer who I host, who works independently, and essentially he makes money. He does sell some of his games, but I think he kind of pays the bills through Patreon more than anything. But obviously being able to build community and like just being able to get people in touch with the resources that they find helpful is a nice little perk of being able to do this stuff. But yeah, anyways, New York just passed legislation saying that you kind of need to say what you get paid, and I think some of the data analysts at Rockstar are somewhere between like 120K to 160K. So now it's Rockstar, and they make like the way they make their money is off of their data. So I definitely know for that I'm going to need to bring a lot more applied machine learning than what I currently do. But I also know that that is something that I can get up to speed with. So. But it doesn't have to be gaming. Like I learned from when I worked in film is that you can watch movies and enjoy them and not make them. And likewise with games, I can enjoy gaming as a hobby and not feel the need to make them. You could probably do anything entry level. You've been keeping an eye out on LinkedIn, but nothing seems to come up. They're always looking for like 5+ years experience. Yeah. So one thing is that. I have heard at the very least that the experience is flexible and what people might be looking for is like evidence you've done something different. I suspect you will have a little bit more luck if you choose a discipline, and that's probably more just a general job search thing. So like, if you want to get into design, level designer is a nice thing, and on top of that just being able to sort of show that you've done this sort of work, because it's not like the tools are very costly now. You're spoiled for choice. The mainstream ones would be Unity, Unreal, and Godot, and of course Unreal seems to be I guess if you're looking for like really big places, Unreal is probably a little bit more likely than Unity, but certainly that's a rule of thumb as opposed to a bigger thing. But I do know one thing I am hearing a lot more for like things that are more oriented towards game production is that it is because of the and then like if you want to go into like weird and wonderful things, like Torque is still available. But I am hearing more and more often from people saying that it's becoming harder to sort of justify not having some kind of a demo, like a portfolio or like a demo reel or something. And that's just because there's not really the excuse anymore of not having the tools to make games. So like if you're a programmer and you don't have any anything you've programmed, that's a problem, right? Like if you don't have a GitHub or something to show for it, you don't need to pay for compilers. And the same can be said for like level designers or animators now, right? Like you can get Blender, you can get Unity and stuff like that. And more importantly, it's just a question of like learning your craft, right? If you don't get excited about making games on your own time, it's nice to get money, but I know like you can usually make more money doing something that's not gaming in another discipline or another field rather. Same discipline, different field. And so, knowing that you can actually go to work with a smile on your face doing this thing that you're maybe not making as much money doing as you would get somewhere else, that's just useful information for you. You're really enjoying Godot. That's really good. Slowly working on your portfolio. Only finished your coding camp about 6 months ago, but you have experience in all 3 major engines. Yeah, no, that's really, really good. Yes, incidentally, Vanguard Master is currently working on their independent game, although I think they're looking for a studio. Spent a lot of life you're playing games, have a passion for coding, so you figured you should get a job making what I love. Yeah, and I mean, especially if you're into coding, Lockhart, there's definitely entry-level coding stuff there. Another thing that I've heard, and this may not be as relevant for coding, but I know another thing that I've heard is that apparently user interface stuff isn't as popular, but I have to suspect that probably user interface stuff is like one of the best ways to learn design, because you have to communicate the game to the player, right? You need to be able to understand what someone who has no knowledge of the game, what they're looking at, and how that stuff does or doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, The one problem here, and this I should have prefaced this at the very beginning. I am merely looking at jobs. I am not in the games industry. I just happen to know a couple of people who work in it, and I am very lucky to get to hear the the scoop. But yeah, hopefully some of that's useful. Anyways, I need to shut up. WShand is still streaming, thank heavens. In 9 minutes, the person whose video I needed to send is gonna wake up, so I'm probably not even gonna get my writing done before that's ready. But I need to tag up that video with stamps and all of that. So, Will Shand does strange and scary games. He tends to find stuff that costs like $1 or $2 and plays it a lot. He's a very different channel from when I first looked at him, but he's a nice guy. I've met him a couple of times. Started off in the Justin TV days. He's been doing this for a long time. Makes a living doing it. And I think he every time I watch his channel, his like face cam takes just a little bit more of the screen. But in any case, I'm going to be back Monday. Probably more Terra Invicta, but you never know. This weekend I'm going to record some more Cultist Simulator, as well as just try and get other things done. Tonight I'm going to do my best to stay conscious while I write and get this video stuff done. Takri, always nice to have you in chat. Nice to have all of you in chat. And the rest of the week I'll figure out. Probably Industries of Titan on Wednesday, and maybe Against the Storm on Friday, but maybe Against the Storm on Monday. I don't know. Stay tuned. Usually I announce that stuff on Twitter if I announce it. Have a good night. I really want to go to sleep.